Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? We unmuted? I can't believe I was yapping for, I think that was like a solid minute. That was like 90 seconds. Iconic. Okay, that's incredible. Well, hi. Not only am I live on YouTube, but you can also hear me, which I think is an important part of most live streams. So, no, okay, do y'all want to know what it is? Do y'all want to know what it is? I have an audio interface, which is a stupid word for a box that I plug my microphone into, and then I plug that box into my computer, right? But for some reasons unbeknownst to me, I am like obsessed with the idea of using the cheapest USB-C connection from my audio box to the computer. And so every single time I try to record anything, I have to unplug it and replug it. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. But yeah, if I ever forget to unplug and replug before a stream, I'm just going to be mute. I'm going to be mute. Someone said this is their first live ever. Well, hi, welcome. We have some interesting things to talk about today, actually. I'm really excited if this is your first live because it's going to be a good one. The way that I structure my live streams, some of y'all are laughing. You're like, what structure? I have a loose structure, okay? We honestly just shoot the breeze for like the first 30 minutes, even though the first 30 minutes is ending in like 11 minutes because it took me so long to actually get the stream running. First of all, because I was 5 minutes late, and then I was stuck for like 7 minutes because it wouldn't let me broadcast. And then at one point I had 4 different broadcasts. Did anybody go to my page and see that I had 4 different streams and none of them were live and none of them had a real thumbnail? If you saw that, you weren't hallucinating and it wasn't your computer. It was me. That was 4 separate instances that I tried to go live and OBS was like, not in my house. So I had to go live a different way, which I was scared was not going to send out any notifications, but I can see that you're all here and I'm very happy. So I deleted the fake live streams. We're actually here. But yeah, so the first 30 minutes or so is just this. We're just yapping. We're just here to have fun. And then I'm going to start recording and we'll talk about my main commentary topic of that day. If I have a main commentary topic of that day, which I do happen to have one. I saw some of y'all getting jump scared by the title. Yes, Iggy Azalea does have a crypto casino. It's actually a whole thing. And, you know, this is kind of like long requested. By long requested, I mean, I literally mentioned the other day. Like, oh, do y'all want me to make an Iggy Azalea video? And many of you said yes. Because I think she's a fascinating topic in general. Like, Iggy Azalea as a concept is just so interesting to me. Because when I think about her, I'm like, did that really happen? Or did I hallucinate everything before 2016? But yeah, we're going to talk about cultural appropriation, you know, white people rapping, all that jazz. And then we're going to look at an interview that she gave last year that I couldn't react to because I wasn't posting anything about why she's doing crypto now. It's great. It's amazing. It's fantastic. And then usually after we do my main commentary topic, which kind of tends to end around the 2-hour mark, I'll just take the next 2 hours and talk about random things. But this time I actually came in with an idea. I thought it would be fun after we record our main thing if I was to take some online tests, like political compass tests and maybe like a personality test or so. I found this one called like the difficult person test. It's really stupid, but essentially I'll answer questions for you all and you can see how bad of a person I actually am. Also, I want to say this early and I'm going to repeat it later, but like political compass tests don't actually mean anything. They don't really say much about your actual politics because the questions are usually oversimplified, but I still think it would be fun. I just think it would be fun. I just want to treat it like a BuzzFeed test. I think that would be really, really entertaining content. So to recap, we're going to chill for about 10, 15 more minutes. Oh my God. Can y'all hear that in the background? Sorry. So scary. We're going to chill for like 10 to 15 minutes, go live, talk about Iggy Azalea, do the whole thing, record that. Then you'll all be on YouTube later. I won't say tomorrow in case it takes me longer to edit. And then we'll take some tests. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Somebody said I'm dealing with a breakup of 5 years. Look, I don't know the context, but I will say when you break up with somebody, don't forget to get back together with yourself. I've seen too many people break up with one person and forget to reconnect with themselves afterwards. Somebody said, was that Springtrap in the background? Bro, it's scary out there. It's just scary, scary times. Oh my gosh, D'Angelo, this is my first time watching you since the election, brother. I mean, it's essentially one of my first times creating content since the election. Actually, hold on. Speaking of that, speaking of such, can I just say, I love putting my hands on top of my head now because it's so smooth. Can I just say, hands down, that was the worst time on the internet that I've ever experienced. Unfortunately, I've been using the internet since I was 11, I think, without permission. So I have actually been on the internet for 16 years. And the end of 2024, right after the United States election, was the worst time to be on the internet that I have ever experienced. People were just awful about it was untenable. Is that a word? I could not deal with that. It was so bad. It was so bad. Somebody asked me if I have thoughts on Heated Rivalry. I don't have thoughts on Heated Rivalry. I've never watched it. Okay, hold on. Do you want to know why I've never watched Heated Rivalry, actually? Because I think that for a lot of y'all, they play hockey, right? If I'm wrong, you can correct me, because I might sound really dumb. But I think it's a show about hockey players, right? I can't do this whole hockey romance thing that a lot of y'all are into, because I live in North Carolina. Therefore, many of my friends and actually kind of people in my family are hockey players. And so this whole like, oh my gosh, hockey is so hot, actually. I'm like, it's really not. I know too much about hockey and hockey play. Like, I don't know the rules of the game because I am a very unsportsmanlike guy. But it's a little too real for me. I can't see hockey as hot. I can't see hockey players as hot because, like, when your in-laws are playing hockey, all of a sudden, Heated Rivalry is a little less appealing to you as a concept. So that's me. Someone said the hockey bit isn't relevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If y'all made a show about like YouTubers, I wouldn't be able to watch that because I'm just like, I'm sorry. I know too many. I know too many content creators. I don't. There's just too much hockey and heated rivalry for me, and that's not an indictment on the show, obviously. People keep telling me it has very little hockey. It don't matter. I ain't watching it. But I'm happy that people are having fun. That's always nice, you know? I'm happy that people are reading books. I think that's the fun thing about book adaptations that do well. I hope it encourages people to write more books and then read more books because reading is awesome. Somebody said, did I say in-laws? I guess I did say in-laws, which makes it sound like I'm married, but that's not what I meant. Family's weird, y'all. I got people that I'm related to, and I've got people that I'm not related to, but that are still family. And so I just use other terms that are short instead of saying, oh yeah, my this person's that person's this person. Someone asked, what are my top favorite shows? I don't really have a list like off the top of my head of like, yeah, these are my favorite TV shows, mostly because I'm not a super big TV kind of guy. I will say Hannibal is a really great show, especially season 2 of Hannibal. I would say is some of the best television I've ever watched. It's riveting. It's so like, I watched it so quickly because I just couldn't believe what was happening in that show. Also, it's really pretty, but it's also really gory at the same time, which for me is like, yeah, that's great. Hannibal's awesome. I wouldn't say that's my favorite show, but it's one of my favorite shows that I have watched. Someone said what a banger Hannibal is. It's such a good show, though. I would say if you're okay with gore, I would recommend almost anybody watch season 1 and then season 2 of Hannibal. It's so lit. And like the opening is so cool. And the acting's great. It's really fun. I like Hannibal. That's all I've got. I'm craving a best albums of 2025 listing. Yeah, there's a few best of 2025 things that I haven't given y'all yet. I haven't told y'all anything that I read last year. Y'all know I read like 70 something, but I read a lot of books. It might not have been 70. I might be lying to you. But yeah, I read so many books last year. I did try to listen to a lot of music. You should watch Abbott Elementary. It's so funny. I didn't watch all of Abbott Elementary, but I think it's hilarious. Ava is my favorite character because like it's not good to relate to Ava, I feel like, but I do. Yeah, I do. Making everything about her and always being the best dressed in the room and just spinning everything into drama constantly. I'm like, Ava's my girl for real. For real, for real. She's hilarious. Have you seen It, Welcome to Derry? I don't do well with any sort of horror that involves children. So, no, I haven't seen It. The original or the new show that is on, I think it's on HBO Max, right? Yeah, no, I can't do it. I just can't do it. Somebody said she is horrible. Yeah, no. Ava, the character on Abbott Elementary, is not a good person. Bro, she should not have that job. She does not put the best interest of those children first, but she is iconic. And because she's not real, therefore I'm like, I support her. I don't want to support horrible people in real life just because they're iconic, but I could do it with a TV character for sure. Yeah, she's a legend. So it said Ava live streaming from the principal's office selling clothes is peak. Bro, she was trying to get the bag. She was honestly trying to get the bag. Like, someone said Ava has a great heart. Yeah, I think like when I say she's not a good person, I more so mean how to word this. She's not qualified for that role from a mindset perspective. I feel like Ava would thrive so much more not as a principal. Which is kind of why so many of her storylines are her doing other things, right? And trying to get other bags and stuff like that. People are asking me about Interview with the Vampire. I watched season 1 of Interview with the Vampire, I think. There might be another season I haven't watched yet. But yeah, I don't think I'm caught up enough to watch the new one where he's like a rock star or something. I was scared. I was scared. Someone said I'm so pluribus pilled right now. That's the most recent show that I watched. Pluribus was the last one I watched. Episode 1 all the way through the season finale. I thought that episode 1 of Pluribus was one of the coolest what do you call it? Pilots I've ever seen for a show. And I liked the majority of the show. I really did. I don't really have too much criticism. I know a lot of people don't like the pacing of Pluribus, but I don't mind it. Because honestly, after being exposed to like so much brain rot and fast moving information constantly, I mean, yeah, you guys aren't brain rot, but you're definitely fast moving information. It's really nice to watch something that is paced really slowly. So whereas I did like the pacing, I do think the main thing that threw me a little bit on Pluribus was like the season finale wasn't giving season finale. Do y'all know what I mean? It's not really a knock on the show. I'm still interested in where the show goes, but I just felt like it ended in a place where I was like, oh, I kind of wish they did a little more. I know the whole point of the show is like slow pacing and stuff like that, but I felt like I just wanted that last little pizzazz, that last little push, and then I would have liked it a little bit more. But I'm still locked in for Pluribus season 2. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. So yeah, someone said it ended, and I was like, oh. That it literally, I was like, wait, hold on. There's no after credits scene. Like, bro, you got to give me the rest of the story. You can't like enthrall me so much and then just basically stop. I was so sad. I was so sad. Someone said, who is your top artist on Spotify? Well, I'm trying not to use Spotify anymore, but I was using it last year, obviously, before I learned all this crazy stuff about it. And my top artist was Masashi Hamauzu, the composer for Final Fantasy 13. All right. Do you have thoughts on Stranger Things? Would you even believe me if I said I've never seen an episode of Stranger Things? Not even once. No one has even watched Stranger Things in front of me. I think like that's been premiering since I was like, what? I feel like a teenager almost, I think. Or I might have been a little older than that. And I always thought that Stranger Things was so popular that one day I would see it, surely. I would be somewhere and Stranger Things would happen to me. But Stranger Things never happened to me. So I don't have any opinions on the show or the finale or anything about it, except that it's like from the outside, I think my main question is like, why did it take y'all so long to finish the show? But like, I'm not knocking the people involved. I'm just saying from the outside, that seemed a little crazy because I felt like it just went on forever and people kept waiting and then it would never come out. And then it finally came out and I was like, that is the strangest rollout for a show I have ever seen. But yeah, the content thereof, I can't say. I see people saying the season finale was buns. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not well, I can be performative because performance is fun, but like, I'm not going to be performative and be like, yeah, the Stranger Things season finale was garbage. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the pilot. I have no opinion on it, but I did see that a lot of YouTubers are getting a bag right now by just basically saying that the season finale wasn't good. And I'm like, oh, it must not have been something that everybody liked. I also saw a lot of people saying that they liked it. And I feel like people take YouTubers' opinion. Me saying this is going to sound crazy. People take YouTubers' opinions on media way too seriously. Because like, even if I thought the Stranger Things season finale wasn't good for whatever reason, and you thought it was like beautiful or whatever, you should default to your opinion, not mine. Just because I have an audience or whatever, I'm just some guy. But it was kind of interesting seeing people get really split on it. And it's nice to follow discourse that I don't have a stake on. I think I'm really used to seeing people get split over things that I feel very heavily invested in. And so it's not nice seeing 50% of the internet invalidate something that I thought was really important. But yeah, the Stranger Things thing, I was like, okay, I don't think anyone got hurt in this scenario. This is fun to watch. Popcorn. Someone says all subjective. It's so subjective. I think too is the thing, like, the thing is a YouTuber or a reviewer or a critic or whatever, is going to be working so hard to remove the subjectivity from their opinion and have it sound like an objective thing. Like, for example, if I did watch the ending of Stranger Things, look, I don't know the plot at all, so don't accuse me of spoilers if this actually happens. But if I was like, wow, that part where 11, they replaced Millie Bobby Brown with John Cena for one of the scenes to really highlight how 11 felt invisible and like unseen, I thought that was bad writing because it was jarring. You know what I mean? I can like turn any of my opinions into a point that then becomes kind of hard to argue against. But just because I'm doing that doesn't mean it's not literally just me making stuff up, right? You might have thought that part where they replaced 11 with John Cena was brilliant. And if you turned it into a point, that would be hard to argue against too. So yeah, I don't really like reviewer culture too much, because I do feel like people give way too much stock. Someone said they hated that part too. I know. 11 deserved better for sure. Why did she turn into John Cena? That was sad. Someone said I just spoiled them. Sorry, chat. You heard it here first. Millie Bobby Brown turns into John Cena in the season finale of Stranger Things, the series finale. It's an 11-minute sequence representing her name being 11. And it was very contentious. If you haven't watched it yet, sucks to suck. Anyways. I think that was a decent enough yap section. Someone said I didn't watch the show, but that's how it ended. Hey, I'd believe it. Stranger Things, right? That would be a strange thing. Can you do a Pitbull cosplay? There's so many bald people that I see now, and I have to be careful not to automatically feel like an affinity or kinship towards them, because some bald people are actually really bad. Like Pitbull, for example, seems decent enough. I don't know the guy, but then like sometimes I'll just see someone and I'll be like, that's my people, but then I'll find out they're like, you know, part of Trump's cabinet or something, and I'm like, oh wait, I can't just become a fan of every bald person now just because I'm in a club. Oh my gosh. So your brand of humor is perfect. So funny. Thank you. I try. Oh, Lord. Listen, as much as I'm glad that y'all like my humor style, I could not fault anybody for thinking that I'm unfunny either. Because I feel like 95% of the things that amuse me are kind of not funny. Or they're funny to me, but I think I've just been such a comedy fan. I started off finding things that everybody thought were funny, right? So I'm like, oh, Bo Burnham, that's a funny guy. But then I got more and more niche, and I started consuming more and more memes involving content that was so granular and impossible to explain that now I find anything that makes me actually laugh on the surface is stupid. The idea of like Millie Bobby Brown turning into John Cena is dumb, but I'm like, I find that funny enough to make stream content. It's painful. Someone said D'Angelo do stand up. Okay. I don't think that. Hold on. Why would you put a why would you toss me a landmine like that? I'm not dragging anybody. All I'm saying is stand up is really hard and not the kind of thing that YouTube really qualifies you to do. Which seems to be a common misconception among my people. My people being commentary YouTubers. I think just because you yap and people in the chat are like, oh, D'Angelo, you're so funny. I think a lot of people are like, oh, I must be so funny. I have to go do this on stage. Baby, you don't have to do it on stage. You don't have to go do that on stage. You can do that on YouTube and probably make more money. If I'm being, you do not have to spin being mildly entertaining online into a stand-up career unless stand-up is your passion and then you go and learn how to do it properly. But I think there's such a marked difference between what comes across funny, me in a pink room where I'm in control of literally everything, versus like being on stage and you have to work the energy, and like silence is such an important thing as well, and you have to kind of go off of what people are giving you. It's scary, bro. Someone says stand-up is getting so unhinged nowadays. Should I make a video about stand-up, I have to hold on, this is the last thing I'm gonna say, and then we're gonna talk about the topic. I would have to sit with this for a little bit, but I do feel like, I'm not talking about YouTube stand-up, just stand-up in general, what it stands for has gotten so conservative. First of all, so many red pill guys doing stand-up for no reason. It's gotten so heavily dependent on crowd work, which to me is definitely a form of stand-up, but I'm like, what happened to actually writing jokes? And then what I'm kind of getting at as a broader theme is, I think the way that it seems like you can get a Netflix special just by having 30 seconds of your clip go viral on TikTok, right? Or a minute of your set goes viral on YouTube. I feel like it's leading a certain kind of person to do a certain kind of stand-up that is not enjoyable to watch for 45 minutes to an hour. That's kind of, that would sort of be my thesis if I was to make a video about stand-up. I feel like I'm watching it turn into something that is not good. And it's being reinforced by these behavioral patterns that are pretty hard to get out of. Crowd work only works for short form content. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's funny as clips. It is. Usually. Sometimes crowd work is really annoying because people can be so mean. But anyways. That's all I've got to say. Someone said, DMs was your background AI? Heck no. Absolutely not. Ain't nothing here AI. I'm real. My voice is real. The background is real. I won't talk about it too much because I've already talked about the background. But I will say, it does suck being interested in aesthetics that wind up getting co-opted by AI. So for example, part of the prompt I gave my prompt, yes, a prompt. You can give prompts to real people as well. Part of the prompt I gave my artist or the studio I commissioned for the background was like, I want it to look like a liminal space. And because it looks like a liminal space, I do think it just kind of reads as like, oh, someone generated that. But I did want it to look kind of uncanny. I hate how like nowadays it's so hard to tell whether somebody is doing things with AI or whether AI has low-key appropriated what is a completely valid aesthetic. It's completely valid to try to make art that looks fake and strange. And I hate that AI has just so completely taken up that niche. But I stood by it. You know, there's a word, stuck to my guns. I stuck to my guns. I was like, I don't care if I have to constantly downplay or, you know, deny the AI allegations. I like my background. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. All right. I think I'm gonna hit record. I think I've been live for 30 minutes. So we're going to talk about Iggy. Oh, knocking my mic over. We're going to talk about Iggy Azalea. I'm really excited for this video. I got to get like the jitters out of my system a little bit. I'm so excited for this video, actually. Hold on, because I still have like 4 minutes. We don't have to start with this again. I will say, how many of y'all got scared at how quickly I edited Monday's stream? Did any of y'all actually expect Monday's stream to go up the very next day? When I tell y'all that I'm in my bag right now, I think I saw someone in the chat say earlier, they really like this style or like the format of my content with the lives. Me too. I feel like I have never been in my bag this hard. It is so... I was like on fire. I was editing out, you know, just the pauses and the digressions. And I was like, this is genuinely a good video. What I would like to happen, my content strategy for 2026 is I want to have streams that are so good that they turn into videos that are so good that they make people watching the videos go back and watch the streams because they're so good. And I feel like yesterday was the first time I really hit that stride. And I was like, this is such a fun video. I mean, it's not really a fun video because the topic was awful. But I was like, having the chat on the side, I'm referring to the wrong side. Having all of y'all on the side made it for such good content. There were a couple times in the video where I think some of your commentary did wind up in there too, because you were bringing up good points that I didn't even have in my outline. Sorry, I feel like I'm talking so quickly. This happens when I start thinking about content. Yeah, no, I am locked in. Not for any period of time. You know me. I could disappear within a week, but I could not be happier with how the streams are going and how the content is coming out. I'm so happy. Someone said just be careful not to burn yourself out. Yeah, very true. Actually, you know what the thing is too? Wait, hold on. Remind me to talk about burnout after the stream. I'm gonna start recording because I've been yapping for too long. All right. Remind me to tell y'all about my outside stream hobbies because I do all kinds of things too. All right, I'm gonna hit start recording. All right, my PC is off right now, so my outline is just gone. Hold on, this is funny. So I'm forced to use AI at work. I'm sorry to hear that. Genuinely, I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Why? Nothing ever works unless you need it to. No, that's not what I meant. Everything works perfectly until you need it to. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, actually, sorry. We're just going to restart your PC while you're not looking because you're so busy yapping on the stream about AI and Stranger Things. Okay. We are so back. All right. Chat. Imagine retiring from cultural appropriation to pursue a career in cryptocurrency. That's essentially the level of, oh, okay, sure, that we're dealing with today. And you know what? One thing I want to emphasize, there are two sides to every story, right? So first, I'm going to give you my side of how I think Iggy Azalea's career completely went off the rails and why she should not be taken seriously at this point. But then we're going to take a look at her side of the story and an ABC News interview that she did recently where she explains, actually, it's basically our fault that she's doing crypto now because everyone was so mean to her about her rap music. I mean, you can kind of decide which one you want to go with once you see the evidence, if you will. So, hi, I'm D'Angelo, and this video is about cultural appropriation, white rappers, and I guess essentially how not to retire from a music career. You're going to see what I mean. Someone said, first things first, I'm the realist. Man, I'm going to have to work so hard to not say that 50 times during this stream, because anytime I think Iggy Azalea, the two things I think are like, first things first, I'm the realist. And then who remembers who dat? IGGY. I think anytime someone says first things first, sometimes my mind fills in, I'm the realist. Y'all cannot overstate how, I cannot overstate how impactful Iggy Azalea was. But that's actually kind of like, that's kind of what the first part of this video is about. Like, how do you go from overnight superstar being played all over the radio, all over the Billboard charts, to now running a crypto casino, right? The fall off is completely unreal. So for those of you who may not know, and some of you may not know, Iggy Azalea is a rapper. Hold on, I gotta navigate my messed up, oh wait, that's the wrong desktop. Hold on. Everything is so off now. I'm in the void again. Is it this one? No. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay. I can't believe OBS reordered all of my scenes, bro. I'm so mad. Why did OBS do that to me? Okay, whatever. I'm not going to cry about it too much. So for those of you who don't know, Iggy Azalea is a rapper, best known for her hits like Fancy or featuring on songs like Problem with Ariana Grande, right? One thing that is deeply important information, just really big context for this whole video, is Iggy Azalea is a white rapper from Australia, okay? That's kind of the main thing that I want you all to remember going throughout this video. Because again, I feel like the topic of rap in general is so loaded. I can sometimes see nuance. I can sometimes see nuance when it comes to cultural appropriation allegations, if you will. But I just want to say she is literally from somewhere where Black Americans don't even exist. You might exist as an expat, obviously, in Australia, but bro, Black American culture, we ain't even over there. You're in the wrong continent. You're in the wrong continent. Why are you copying Kendrick Lamar in your songs? So anyways, hold on, because I feel like I do have to actually explain, just so people don't think I'm saying art should never be cultural exchange, right? When it comes to Iggy's hits, Fancy has 1 billion views, which is on one hand almost more than I thought it would have, but on the other hand makes complete sense to me. Hold on, I don't want to catch a copyright claim. I feel like so much of my stream is just me muting things. I don't want to get in trouble. But like, I'm so fancy. Here, I'll just play it and then I'll sing it for you. That way, we won't get the claim. I think that'll work. Okay. I don't know if I'm in the right place, but you know, Iggy Azalea is talking about I'm so fancy. You already know. I mean, Charlie XCX, not Iggy. And then Iggy shows up and she's like, who that, iggy. It's honestly, it's a fun song. That's the thing. Wait, I'm struggling to change scenes. I don't want to lie and say that I have never enjoyed Iggy Azalea's music, because that would be performative. And the thing about me is I'm not performative. I'm not a performative hater. I'm a genuine hater. I'm genuine in my hating. So I will say Fancy in 2015 or whenever the song came out, it might have been before that, 2014, I thought it was a really fun song. And a lot of people thought it was a really fun song. However, that doesn't change the fact that the way she was presenting herself, her entire image was absolutely lifted from Black American culture in a way that is so jarring, so phony, and would never have gotten her the acclaim and the accolades and all the money she was making if she was not a white woman essentially wearing this like a costume. And I feel like that's a fair way of looking at Iggy Azalea's career, right? Nowadays, when I think somebody said Fancy was a bop. Yeah, no, bro, Fancy, it was a different time. Just kidding. Because actually, there were so many people from this time period who were calling her out for cultural appropriation, which I'm kind of going to get into in a second here. But for some of us, it was a simpler time because I was never stopping to ask. You know what I mean? When I was 17 years old. No, I was 16. I was never stopping to ask questions like this. I didn't even know what Iggy Azalea really looked like. I just thought it was a fun song. But unfortunately, she's fairly problematic. And it's not just like her music is a little annoying, right? From the jump, I would say Iggy Azalea was racist. I won't say is, because I'm about to pull up some really old music of hers, but unfortunately, she definitely was racist. She over here in her song Drugs, which I will play a snippet of, and hopefully does not catch a claim. I wanted to like get my AirPods so I didn't have to wear these bulky headphones on stream, but then I forgot to charge my AirPods, so we stuck. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. I can't even hear this. Can y'all hear this? Chat, can y'all hear? Was that a yes? Somebody said Iggy wants to be Eve so bad. Hold on. Don't spoil my outline. Don't spoil my outline. Because Eve comes up. Eve is about to come up in a second. Okay, so all of y'all can hear this. All right. So now that we can hear, hold on. I got to figure out why I can't hear it. Let me make sure that I'm monitoring my audio source. Oh, buddy, we're back at that part of streaming that bothers me. It's so funny how like advanced audio properties. Okay. I'm totally monitoring my audio. This is so weird. Hold on. Y'all are gonna have to work with me for like probably 2 or 3 minutes while I figure this out. So why is, oh my gosh, how do I just make it so that I never have to see myself again? I really wish I could just stop getting recommended to myself because it's such a jump scare every time I show up. Anyways, what I was gonna say was, like, every time I try to stream for y'all, it winds up being a different issue. I think the first time that I streamed, nobody could hear anything from my PC, if I remember correctly. But I could hear everything. And then the second time, it was the same problem, but I was able to fix it on stream. And now this time, y'all can hear things coming from my PC, but I cannot hear. And I can't actually do this one if I can't hear. This is insane. Okay, this is hooked up to my audio box. Y'all remember me talking about my audio interface earlier? So this is plugged in. My PC should be outputting audio. I should be able to hear it. Why can't I hear it? Hold on. And I'm sorry, chat. I apologize for like the everything. Listen. I'm still in my first week. Okay? I think I'm still in my first week. It's the 8th. So I've only started week 2 of streaming, and I feel like by and large, we haven't really had that many issues. I feel like if I look at the time of my streams that have been devoted to actually good content versus me suffering and struggling and feeling bad because I'm making you all watch something really boring, which is me trying to figure out OBS audio issues, I feel like it's mostly been going fine. But times like these, I do get kind of sorry. I apologize, and I hope it's not too annoying to watch me fix this. Okay. So I'm going to try to play some audio just from my PC normally, just to see if that's working. Someone said we watch because we like you. I'm grateful. I'm very happy. Because if y'all were watching this just for a great content and smooth experience, y'all might have to find a different stream. Okay, so it's not my Mac. Also, did y'all know I was streaming from a Mac? I didn't want to come out as a Mac streamer because I feel like streaming from a Mac is really unhinged and is also low-key the source of 85% of my technical issues, but I do stream from a Mac studio, which I can't explain, but I made my decision. So my Mac is outputting audio to my headphones really fine. When I go to my PC, right, this is outputting audio to y'all, which is great. Y'all are bopping right now, and I'm so happy for you. I can see the audio happening in OBS, which is cool, but for some reason, I can't actually hear. This is so weird. Hold on. Okay. Monitor and output. Monitor and output. If I switch it to monitor only, okay, chat, can y'all not hear this? I don't think you should be able to hear it, really. It should be muted for you. It's also muted for me. No, wait. So is it connected via Bluetooth? Okay. I have a new idea. I am going to connect to my PC. I have a little bit left. I have some juice left on these AirPods. I have more than one pair, which I know is very cringe. I'm just gonna go ahead and connect to my PC with these, and then maybe I will be able to hear that. And then I'm gonna switch it back to audio output. Let's see. Properties. Advanced audio properties. Monitor off. All right. This is the dumbest thing ever. Genuinely the dumbest thing ever. I'm so mad. Hold on. Bluetooth is off. I'm turning Bluetooth on. I'm connecting to my AirPods. But I feel like the issue is if I'm outputting audio to AirPods, then I will be able to hear and you won't be able to hear. You know what I mean? So like if I go back, for example, to my PC, it's on D'Angelo's AirPods. Yeah, I can hear it just fine now, but y'all can't hear Jack squat. Someone said I hate that YouTube no longer shows you how long a stream has been going. I've been streaming for 48 minutes and 34 seconds. I didn't know that YouTube doesn't show you how long a stream goes. Is that true? That's crazy. Okay. Well, that didn't really work. The Bluetooth idea was a bust. Maybe my last ditch effort is, I guess I'll just try turning the volume up on my monitor. Well, no, because the output device has to be my Elgato, though. That's the issue. Oh, people are saying that they can see how long they've been streaming. I guess maybe it depends on what device you're on. That would do it for you. Okay, Elgato Game Capture Neo is totally game capturing. Y'all should be able to hear that probably, right? But then once again, I have no way of hearing it. Oh my gosh. I mean, is it a good song at least, chat? Is it cool royalty-free music at least? Are you having fun? We can just sit here for the next few minutes and just rock out to royalty-free music. No, just that I can't hear. This is the dumbest thing ever. I'm so mad. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do something really dangerous. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you my other screen right now, because maybe someone here can actually help me. Let's see. I'm gonna delete some of these things off the screen right now. I don't think there's anything here that would actually dox me or whatever. So if I show you my desktop, hold on, that's useless because you won't be able to hear me. That's useless because you won't be able to actually hear me. Someone said connect the headphones to the PC directly. I think if I connect the headphones to the PC directly and it outputs audio to the headphones, it's not going to be outputting audio to my capture card. Really, the only thing that I'm trying to do right now is monitor my output through OBS. Hold on. I'm going to switch to tech speak. 95% of you are not going to know what I'm talking about anymore. It's fine. I'm talking to the 5% of you who do. I have a dual machine setup, right? The broadcast that you're watching is coming from my Mac Studio, and anytime you see me switch to screen capture, this is coming from a separate machine that is a PC, right? All of this is being run through an Elgato capture card. This is an AirPods case, but it looks like this. My PC is plugged into here, and so all of my connections are fine because in OBS right now, when I just look at the audio indicator, if I was to switch to my PC scene and hit play, I can see that it's playing audio just fine. And I can also see that you're all hearing it. The only thing that I need to fix this stream so that everything can stop being derailed is to figure out how to accurately monitor the output coming from OBS. I see the bar moving, but for some reason OBS is not showing me or not playing it for me. Does anybody here have enough technical knowledge to help me with that? I know that might have just sounded like gibberish to many of you. If anybody here can help me with that, that would be great. Somebody said, can I show you the OBS scene settings? Advanced output in OBS, you need to enable multiple tracks. That's so funny because I almost feel like I did, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. So I don't really see an option to do that, unfortunately. Someone said you Google search last time and it helped. It did help. It did help. But I think the thing is, like, I'm going to have to rename this stream to, like, this was a technical support stream. I'm not 100% sure what to Google. I guess basically like OBS can't hear monitored audio is kind of my main problem, is that audio monitoring is not helping. Someone said, if you see activity in the meter, you have sound. Hold on. This is me. This person is describing where I am. I'm going to make it bigger. If you see activity in the meter, you have sound. I just hit accept and I don't even know what I accepted. If you activate monitoring for that source and enhance audio properties, the source will be output to the monitoring audio device. The monitoring audio device can be set in settings, advanced audio monitoring device. Okay. So if I'm in OBS and I go to settings, advanced, wait, I don't see advanced audio. Bro, I swear to God, this person has the solution. I just have to figure out what they're talking about. This almost seems like an answer. Oh wait, I see advanced. Oh, I'm so mad. This thing that they're telling me to do, I don't see it. Settings, advanced, audio. I don't have an audio tab under advanced, unfortunately. Someone said advanced audio settings are not in general settings. Yeah, no, I'm not under general. I'm under advanced. How many times have I said advanced in this stream? Someone said click on the actual track and then click advanced audio. Oh, okay. I can do that. So I'm going back to my PC audio track, doing advanced audio properties there. But the thing is, like, it's not giving me an option to choose my monitoring device is, I think, the issue here. Someone said, did you say you're on a Mac? I did. Yeah, I am on a Mac. Hold on. So going back to the music for a second. Whoa, I can hear it. Hold on a second. Okay. I can hear this lame, sorry to whoever made this sort of lackluster audio song. Wait. Okay. Some of y'all are going to drag me and say that I should have just enabled monitoring in the first place. I swear to God that it was enabled. I swear to, you are going to have to take my word for it. I swear to God it was enabled. It wasn't working. And then I turned it off on purpose and then I turned it back on and then it worked. That all you've got is my word against Tech Jesus here. We can get back to the stream. We can get back to the stream. Oh my gosh. Why does OBS hate me? I genuinely swear it was just not working and now it is working. And look, the thing is I try to learn and grow, okay? I try not to have the same issue in multiple streams because then I feel like it would be unwatchable, right? I haven't had the same issue across multiple streams this time. So it's now in my memory, my long-term memory. Okay, hey, if I can't hear my own audio output, maybe I should turn it off and back on. Now I know. I didn't know. I didn't know. Someone asked if I'm still recording. Yes, thank you. I'm still recording. I would be really pissed off if I had stopped and then forgot to pick it back up. Now we're going to jump back into it. If you have joined the stream within the last 15 minutes and you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. I just gave a mild intro. I was in the middle of giving a mild intro about Iggy Azalea. Oh my gosh. Some say hashtag teamwork. Now we get to listen to trashy Iggy Azalea music together. Yes. Okay. So back to the stream. Gosh, that was a mess. Oh, I get so, hold on. This is a great time for me to drink water. Where is my water? This is a great time to hydrate and come back to the self a little bit. The brand who sent me this low-key went out of business. It's actually really funny. Like, I mean, it's not funny when a brand goes out of business. But hold on. You see this says Jelly Smack right there? They had so much money. They were sending, they did like a whole trip where they flew a bunch of us out to LA. I shouldn't be saying this because it's just not nice, but I think it's kind of funny. Right? They ran a campaign where they sent a bunch of us out to LA, and maybe someone's going to find this stream and debunk me and be like, no, we have so much money. Why are you lying about us? And they asked all of us to record this commercial for them, which funnily enough, I am still technically the face of this brand. One of the faces. I'm not the complete face of Jelly Smack. That is me back when I had a lot more hair. For some reason, me and a few other creators, Jelly Smack was like, yeah, we want you to be the main one promoting Jelly Smack. But they spent so much money on that brand trip that I was genuinely like, how is this sustainable? They literally put me in a hotel that I was scared to go to sleep in because I was like, I must be messing up these sheets. They had like restaurants on the roof and all of this nonsense. And actually, it was really uncomfortable because the hotel itself was in an area that also had a lot of income inequality. So while I'm over here staying in this crazy hotel across the street, I literally can see people not doing well. And I was like, this is really odd. They paid for us to go to these crazy restaurants. I didn't know that there were that many tall buildings in LA. And yeah, they had a whole production team that they brought in to shoot this advertisement and stuff like that. And when I was flying back to Texas, first class, which they paid for, I was thinking to myself, there is no way on God's green earth that this company is still going to exist in its current capacity in like 3 years. And when I tell you, fast forward a few years later, they're kind of running out of money a little bit. It's kind of funny. Look. All I'm saying is, I don't have access to their financials, but you can see that I'm still like one of the first people you see when you go to the website. All I'm saying is I haven't gotten a check in a long time. So if they do still have money, I don't think any of us have seen any of it. It was very much like a tech bubble thing. But that's all I want to say about Jelly Smack. I was like, wow, this cup is so expensive. Who has money to like print a bunch of stuff on an actual Yeti cup? Have any of y'all used Yeti products? I'm not trying to shill. I'm not trying to do ad reads right now. This is an expensive cup. They would do things like this all the time. Like every single version of every single thing that they would try to do was the most expensive version of it. And I was just like, everyone was eating it up. But I was more so just very concerned because I was like, I don't even think I'm making y'all enough money. This is crazy. Someone says spending money like Mickey Rourke. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna move on. That was my cue from God. Not to be too mean. Hold on. We're gonna stop talking about this. Not spending money like Mickey Rourke. Some of y'all are foul. I mean, you're not wrong. That's messed up. All right, so anyways, we're getting back into it. I feel like YouTube is so hard to use now. Like, what is going on here? Anyways. Iggy Azalea is racist. She was racist as heck when she first dropped on the scene. Tire marks, finish line with the fire marks. When it really starts, I'm a runaway slave. Master, shit on the... Kind of hard to understand there. Kind of difficult to understand her. It's a very old song at this point. But yes, that is Iggy Azalea, my favorite Australian, saying, when the relay starts, I'm a runaway slave, master. What? This is one of her first songs. You spawned racist. You burst onto the scene with these nonsense lyrics. This is a 2011 track of hers. How is this going to be your introduction to American hip hop culture? What is going on, right? Now, granted, she apologized. She apologized. Hold on, we're gonna get to her apology in a second here. But the main thing I'm not gonna let y'all forget. She was genuinely racist in the beginning. I feel like Iggy Azalea has been so whitewashed, no pun intended, over the past few years. It's insane the kinds of things you can get away with. This is old, right? Iggy Azalea pulls out of LGBT festival following protests. So you're like, hold on, wait, D'Angelo, you just said she was racist. Why is this an article about her being homophobic? Because she was everything. She was everything everywhere all at once. She was on Twitter talking about, I just saw 5 black men get arrested out the front of Popeyes. Hashtag damn. Stereotypes. Talking about when guys whisper in each other's ears. I always think it was kind of homo. She later defended the tweets at the time of their discovery, saying they were only meant for friends and family. And here's the thing. In the year of our Lord, 2K26, I'm not even that kind of guy who's like, oh, I found some tweets, you're over. It is very clear to me that it was so common for many of y'all to be racist and just strange on Twitter. I thought Twitter has always apparently been the internet's landfill, but I think doing all of this while simultaneously doing Kendrick Lamar cosplay, while simultaneously doing Eve cosplay is so deeply off-putting. It bears a mention. Even 10 years later, I think these tweets are worth mentioning. Talking about black people as stereotypes because they were arrested for being outside of Popeyes. Girl, what are you actually talking about? You have to be serious. You have to be serious. But no, let's take a look at her apology. Because look, chat, do you remember? I said there was 2 sides to this story, right? I'm trying to give her an honest shot. I'm really not. But I don't just want to say my opinion and not share her side of the thing. So she said, Iggy Azalea apologizes for the slave master lyric. It was a tacky and careless thing to say. You wanna bet? And in these tweets, she goes on to say, hold on, wait, I feel like you can't really see this very well. Let me change this a little bit. Oh my God. I hate Windows 11 so much, low-key. Like, actually, I almost want to stop talking and just start ranting about Windows 11. I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to say this very quickly. Y'all peaked at Vista. I'm not going to elaborate. It's not my job to elaborate. Windows design peaked at Vista and has been going downhill ever since. There has not been a single good Windows redesign since Windows Vista. And that's all I'm finna say about that. So Iggy Azalea said, Dear world, I'm writing you today to address a lyric I said a few months ago in one of my songs that I feel has been used to unfairly slander my character and paint me as a racist person. You said you were a slave master. You were rapping about being a slave master. It's okay. Hold on. Sorry. It's really funny too, because I know people bend over backwards to excuse any and every racism. And usually I have to explain like really granularly. Well, actually, this is racist because it's kind of related to this other thing in their channel. You said you were a slave master. Kendrick Lamar, for reference, she was like interpolating one of his songs. Kendrick Lamar is one of my favorite artists, and I love his song Look Out for Detox so much. I decided to do my own version of it last year. The lyrics I wrote follow the original version closely. One lyric in particular has offended a lot of people, and for that, I apologize. Oh, fill it out on the bingo. It's offended people, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, essentially, that you were offended. Lord Almighty. Lord Almighty. Okay. The artist's lyric was, when the relay starts, I'm a runaway slave, right? Kendrick Lamar saying that is not weird. That doesn't register as strange to me. I think it's a bar, actually. You out there, you know what I mean? Iggy Azalea changing it to, when the relay starts, I'm a runaway slave master, Dunking on the past, gotta spit it like a pastor. She says, this is a metaphoric take on an originally literal lyric. Who's gonna tell her? Hold on, wait. Who's gonna tell her that Kendrick's was a metaphor as well? Actually, both of these are similes. I don't want to get too annoying here. But who's gonna tell her that like Kendrick wasn't being literal? I know what she means though. I don't want to be pedantic. Azalea went on to call the lyric tacky and careless, saying that if anyone was offended, she was sorry. Sometimes we get so caught up in our art and creating or trying to push boundaries, we don't stop to think how others may be hurt by it, she said. In this situation, I'm guilty of doing that, and I regret not thinking things through more. So, y'all, this is from Jump. From Jump. That's the thing I don't want you to forget. We're going to get really lost in the sauce as this video progresses. We're going to start getting wrapped up in Iggy world, where a lot of this is her perspective. Because honestly, she was made fun of a lot for her time, but we really had this person walking around winning awards, doing stuff like this and having these attitudes, right? And, you know, in general, that's kind of the racism part of it. I also want to talk about the blackfishing aspect of Iggy Azalea as well. I've talked about blackfishing a little bit in the past. It's a tricky thing to talk about because white people also tan, right? I'm not actually that person who's going to be here and be like, okay, why is your skin brown when you're not a black person? There's so many ways to be a little brown and beautiful or whatever, right? This is not how I approach these things at all. All I'm saying is, this being Ariana Grande, this is the level of blackfishing that is normalized and you can get away with. This is Ariana Grande on Billboard. Billboard didn't edit this to be funny. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is like, I understand that there are potentially nuanced takes on this sort of thing, but y'all in general are way too lax when it comes to black. I can't believe how much you can genuinely get away with. It's insane. It's insane. Somebody said that was a jump scare. I do feel like I should have low-key given you a warning. And you know what? If Iggy Azalea was the kind of person who was like, oh yeah, I did these things early on in my career and they were wrong, obviously, you know, this, that, the other, I don't really think it would be interesting to bring up things from 2011, but you can find things as recently as 2019. Years and years and years and years and years after she first got called a culture vulture, with Iggy saying, I can't be that effing sorry about it, right? Iggy Azalea answered cultural appropriation claims by saying she's still making the same type of music. She doesn't care, bro. You know, there's very little point in me trying to force the issue here. It's not like she's sorry. It's just when there's no repercussions in place to get away, and when you know you can get away with this sort of thing, what real recourse do we have as people outside of this? Just saying, hey, that's really weird. Hey, that's really uncomfortable. Someone said the scale of Ariana Grande is wild. Well, okay, hold on. I kind of want to talk about how, in general, it's not even just the initial blackfishing with Ariana Grande or Iggy Azalea or any of these people. It's actually what people do after the blackfishing that I, as a black person, find very offensive. Do I find it like super crazy offensive, like deep down in my soul, that Iggy Azalea is doing a really odd, horrible black accent? No, offensive isn't really the word I would use. I find it uncomfortable for sure, but it is the way that people cannot wait to just rip off any bit of blackness, just tear it away from themselves the moment that they don't need it anymore. That's what I find offensive. I find it incredibly racist how quickly people will drop blackness as an aesthetic when it no longer serves them. Because that to me is showing that you do think it is ugly. You do think it is less than. You do hate it. I can't not get jarred, right? I call it the Post Malone pipeline, actually. I'm working on a theory for this, and I call it the Posty pipeline. So for those of you who don't know, which is an insane way of starting a sentence about Post Malone, I think we all know Post Malone. He started off, it says American singer and rapper. You may as well put singer and former rapper, right? When he was on the scene, his whole thing was like, oh, I'm just being a white boy and having a little bit of swag. I think that's a very fair way of summing up Post Malone, right? And he got all kinds of acclaim for this. He was known because it was interesting to have somebody doing this, that, the other. It's the same thing where, like, when y'all get the original versions of this stuff, y'all don't want to pay it any mind at all, right? Black people making black music is not even good enough for you to consider it to be music. A lot of times you will shut us out and put us in like urban categories or like label everything R&B, even when it's not. But for some reason, anybody who is not black doing black music, all of a sudden it is amazing. It's amazing. And this video isn't about K-pop. This video isn't about K-pop, so I'm not about to go on a rant about how much y'all love some K-pop idols doing black music, because I do think that would start turning into a different video that I haven't done enough research for to back my points up. But all I'm saying is every single non-black person knows how much social capital there is to be gained from performing blackness, essentially, because everybody loves the thing but not the people, right? And it sucks. It absolutely sucks. How in the world are you going to tell me that your personal aesthetic, Post Malone, actually went from this? Hold on, let's see. Which I would say is another example, another jarring example of like, y'all let this man out here on his album covers like this. You're going to go from this, but then it's actually you being genuine and really in your heart that a few years later, when you feel like it's all kind of played out, now all of a sudden you want to be iggy. You want to be out there, and well, that is a really big picture. You want to be out there making actual country albums now, releasing country music, being a country music star, right? His latest album, F1 Trillion, is literally just country music. It's so jarring how completely people can sort of strip away this aesthetic, right? And here's the thing: if it was just the music, I wouldn't be. I guess if it was literally just external, I wouldn't feel so strongly about it. But when you have people literally saying things like rap music is not emotional, right? Post Malone essentially thought that rap was less than. Hold on, I gotta find that one clip. Because low-key, it was wild. It was wild. Let me see. And I got it. Y'all, I am the absolute CEO of pulling these sources. Let's go. Anyways, when you have people like Post Malone in interviews saying things like, if you're looking to think about life, don't think about hip-hop. Talking about, I'm a white guy, so I have a lot of emotions. Talking about if you're looking for lyrics, if you're looking to cry, if you're looking to think about life, don't listen to hip hop. After joking that he had a lot of emotions because he's white, there's great hip hop songs where they talk about life and they spit that real stuff. But right now, there's not a lot of people talking about real stuff. Whenever I want to cry, whenever I want to sit down and have a nice cry, I'll listen to some Bob Dylan. That's why in many ways I have gotten less nuanced actually over the years, because there was a time where I would bend over backwards to try to see both sides of this issue, when the issue is that is racist. What are you talking about? Like, I guess that's the kind of the main point I want to make. I'm not here to tell you that Iggy Azalea's blackfishing and Post Malone's blackfishing and white rappers doing, performing black culture. I'm not here to sell you both sides or be nuanced at all. I'm here to tell you, maybe it's racist most of the time. It is actually genuinely racist most of the time. It doesn't mean every white rapper is racist. And if that's your takeaway, take it away, folks. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can definitely think of many, many people who rap and do not give me the ick and are not black, because there are levels of cultural exchange that, first of all, rap wouldn't exist without, rock music wouldn't exist without. There's always some level of cultural exchange for sure, but the racialized aspect of it is what I feel like can't be ignored, can't be downplayed. Because if y'all thought, let me say this, if y'all thought Iggy Azalea was out here winning all these awards and stuff solely off the strength of her performance ability, I don't really think that's the case. Hold on. I got to find this one clip of her. It's just so hard to take her seriously. This went viral years and years and years and years and years ago. And I don't even think she's ever been able to live this clip down, really. Because how could you? Funnily enough, she's performing the same song right here. She's performing the Slave Master song, but she changed the lyric to, I think I'm a runaway train master. And that doesn't even make any sense. But hold on.
Was that the year that we got the?
Oh, well, wait. They're playing more videos now. Y'all are playing in my face. If you're trying to tell me that this person is Grammy nominated. Just because I'm so fancy was a bit of a bop. Y'all are actually playing in my face. Okay? That's all I've got to say about that. Oh my gosh, it's such a mess. Somebody said MGK did the same thing. He did. Listen, y'all. The Posty pipeline goes deep. Okay? When I tell you Iggy Azalea is not the problem, I got one less problem without you. Sorry, I had to make at least one horrible joke. When I tell you that Iggy Azalea is not the problem, she is a cog in the machine of this problem. MGK used to be like rapidy rap it all up. He was so lyrical, miracle, spiritual individual, doing like getting into beef with like Eminem and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, after that beef with Eminem goes horribly, what is he doing now? This kind of like really cringe sort of toothless rock music. And I'm like, this is insane, okay? You can change your style. You can change your taste in music. You can move from one genre to another. Many artists that I follow have done this. It's just not lost on me that y'all genuinely keep telling the same story over and over. It's hilarious. It's almost hilarious. It's almost funny. Oh my gosh. I want to show you a take, by the way, from Eve, because Eve, the rapper, is an icon. She is one of the main people that Iggy Azalea was ripping off majorly. It was actually so painful how much of Eve's whole flow that Iggy, lifted. And she and Jill Scott, another absolute icon, had some things to say about Iggy, which I personally thought were extremely reasonable takes. And then Iggy Azalea had a response to those where I'm just like, okay, you were actually beyond help. I don't even know why anybody is trying to explain this to you, because you don't get it and you never will, right? So for those of you who don't know, I think it's pretty safe to say that the rap industry would not be the same if Eve was not doing what she did. It wasn't even actually like that long of a period. It wasn't even that long of a period that Eve was dominating the charts, but she really did kind of bring like a freshness to the game that was so iconic. And I really do think a lot of the people rapping right now, a lot of women rapping, like she paved the way. You know what I mean? Kind of the blueprint. Dare I say she was kind of the blueprint. And it's the same thing for Jill Scott as well. Like, I don't think that we would have, say, SZA. I don't think we would have SZA without Jill Scott. Does that make sense? I don't think we would have Megan Thee Stallion without Eve. That's not me comparing women to each other. It's more so saying, y'all got to understand, these are literal titans of the industry that have offered their opinion on Iggy Azalea. Let's see. Let me pull that clip. Y'all know I got the clips. If it's one thing I'm finna pull. If it's one thing I'm finna pull, it is the clips. Oh, someone mentioned Nicki Minaj. No, don't do it. I want to go this whole video without thinking about Nicki Minaj. Don't do it. Unfortunate. Okay, look. That's the thing that sucks. That's the thing that really sucks. Is like when somebody is undeniably, when their artwork is undeniably important, but the person is actually a lost cause. Like, I'm not defending Kanye West. This isn't even close to a Kanye West offense because I don't have any energy in my heart to defend Nazis. I'm just saying the nasty, awful person that Kanye West turned into or revealed himself to be makes it really, really, really hard to think about how also his music was absolutely influential and pushed rap in a direction that was so interesting. And I feel the same way about Nicki Minaj, where I'm just like, okay, so now she has absolutely revealed herself to be a MAGA clown, which I'm not going to sit here and defend just because she had important music. But it sucks as a music fan because now it's really tricky to say, oh yeah, someone like Nicki Minaj is very deeply important. You know what I mean? It's really good that she did happen when she did because she pushed things in really cool directions. But you're not going to catch me glazing anybody who is out here trying to cozy up to Donald J. Trump or MAGA or Turning Point USA or any of that nonsense. And I hate it. So unfortunately, I don't listen to Nicki Minaj anymore. I definitely do not listen to Kanye West anymore. I don't listen to... There's not too many people that I don't listen to. I don't listen to Chris Brown. It's the same thing where it's just like, bro, this sucks. You are such a bad person. I'm having to ignore massive parts of musical history because I cannot in good conscience platform you. But I think the thing that sucks even harder though is like me not listening to Kanye or me not listening to Nicki or me not listening to Chris Brown almost doesn't matter when people turn around and eat up their next album anyway. Even though, by the way, those people aren't even making good music anymore. That's sort of my you want a hot take? Okay, here's my hot take. When you start acting racist, or when you reveal yourself to be a clown or abusive or whatever, a lot of times when people are defending you, it's usually because of your past music. I don't even think it's possible to make good music for your entire career while slowly descending into being a bad person. Because Nicki Minaj's recent musical output is not it, bro. And Chris Brown's songs all sound the same. And Kanye West's recent musical output has actually genuinely been unfinished garbage. So it kind of sucks that like not only do I not want to talk about y'all because of what you turned into, but like, wow, y'all not even popping like that anymore. But anyways, I don't want to pull the fans out the woodwork. I really don't. Let's see what Eve and Jill Scott have to say about Iggy Azalea. And for context, this was about 10 years ago when most of this discourse was popping off, right?
I get it. You know, I get that.
Hold on, wait. I just realized y'all can't see because y'all are covering the main event. Okay, there we go. Let me go back a little bit. All right. This is a great clip. I love this clip.
I mean, I think, you know, at the end of the day, I get it. You know, I get that people might be upset about certain things, but yeah, she's white, but they grew up with our shit. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hip hop is everywhere, every neighborhood, every country, every city. And it didn't just hit. Yes, it's from us and it's our thing. But, you know, there's somebody, she's representing a group of girls right now as well. And yeah, I think people right now are too quick to give too many accolades to new people. Yeah. That's the one thing I just can't stand.
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? But
I really like this clip. I'm gonna let her finish. I'm gonna let her finish. But I do think like it's nice to see somebody not immediately jump to the worst case scenario because there is some nuance to be had. Okay. If you grow up watching some of the greatest music videos of all time, listening to some of the greatest albums of all time, and then thinking to yourself, I want to make music, I'm never going to side eye you for wanting to get into hip hop, something that was presented to you in such an amazing way, right? So I don't think that that can necessarily, I'm not even like, because Iggy Azalea was from Australia, there's no way she should have been rapping in the first place, right? And I don't think that's even how most people were talking about her, to be clear.
But, you know, let her do her thing. It's not my cup of tea, but she's representing for somebody. She's doing her thing. Like, what are you gonna do?
How you feel about that, Jill?
I think it's fair enough. It's a little challenging for me because I come from the era that she pulled from.
Yeah.
So to me, it's a mixture of the Brat and Eve. The way that it sounds, that's what it sounds like to me. So that's a little challenging for me. But I'm a mixture of Sarah Vaughan and the 5 other things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for somebody else that comes from that era, they'd be looking at me like, you all right. You know what I mean? So that has been my only, the only thing that stops me is that.
I love the word challenging. Actually, for that one. Challenging is how I feel. Not challenging because I think like it's hard for me to convey my opinion about this or anything like that. Challenging is, I would apply that to so many things. Like when I see Timothy Chalamet rapping in a rap video because it's funny and everybody's laughing at that, I do find that a little bit challenging. That's a very nuanced and adult way of processing information. Sometimes you have to sit with things that are a little tricky to process. So I'm definitely Freud. I'm definitely borrowing that one from my vernacular. Hold on.
It's I know where that comes from, and then
Not original.
and it's not a it's no, and then it's also it sounds like a big bite to me.
Yeah. You feel like her music is, or
The-
music
the
in
tone,
general.
the tone,
the black scent.
Yeah, the black.
Oh, they said it. Hold on. See, that's the thing. It doesn't matter how nuanced or reasonable. First of all, we don't owe you reason, I would like to say. I don't have to sit here and be nuanced or reasonable. You have the 2 most reasonable, level-headed takes I've ever heard on Iggy Azalea, and they still cannot get past the black scent. Y'all, she a fraud. She is absolutely a fraud. Okay, if you have 2 people sitting here trying to be nice to this person and they still cannot move past the black scent, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I ain't moving past it either. If it was too much for Jill Scott and Eve, I accept it being too much for me.
The black scent sounds.
Yeah, but
Is that horrible?
No, that's not horrible.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Listen, a lot of people gonna get mad about that. Whatever, say what you want. Fuck it. But I'm just saying it in the sense that it would be. She's from a different place, and and I've said this before. It would be dope to hear her with her swag. What are you? Who are you? What is that? You know what I'm saying?
That's the clip. They go on, a little bit more than that. That's the main clip I wanted to share you. So they were essentially like, I understand being inspired by us because duh. Yes, you are obviously copying these things, which makes it a little hard to listen to. And I think it would be more interesting to hear what you actually have to say instead of you doing cosplay of me and my friends. Bro, I think that was a great take. I think it was a great take. I think it was a much more reasonable take than necessary. I think if they had sat there and been like, nah, Iggy Azalea is not it. I don't want to hear that. Get rid of her. Take away I would have been like, well, I mean, same. But yeah, no, like, imagine hearing something that nuanced. And somebody said it was polite. It was so polite. Imagine hearing something that polite to something that is so just as creepy as being essentially, replicated in a lab, right? This was what Iggy Azalea had to say about that. And it's so disingenuous. It's so annoying. Iggy Azalea responds to even Jill Scott's critique. I'm myself daily, she says. Okay, so she didn't, it says right here, she's from a different place. I've said this before, it would be dope to hear her with her swag. Eve continued. Who are you? What are you? Okay, we just heard that. So in all these tweets that have now been deleted, Iggy said, there's a difference between being yourself and being your stereotype. When people I've never met said I should act more like myself, I feel like they're really saying act more like how I stereotype you to be so I can feel comfortable. Now listen, I just played the whole clip for you. I just played the entire clip. Do you feel like that's a charitable read onto black people explaining that you are doing a black accent? You are appropriating. Does this seem like they were actually saying you are an Australian stereotype to me and you should be more of an Aussie? You should go do Aussie thing. I don't even know enough Australian stereotypes to make this point. But yeah, I just don't feel like that's what they were saying at all or even a little bit. I myself, as strange as I may be daily, I think it's really important that we all feel free to explore or feel passionate about whatever you wish. And I hope all my young fans take what I'm saying and remember it. If you ever find yourself in similar shoes, may I never find myself in similar shoes. Let me just tell you that. I pray I never find myself in similar. You can keep those Louboutins. Okay? Bro. She a lost cause. She was out here being racist, getting clocked on it, and then essentially lying about the people who were calling her out. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. So they were so nice, too nice. No, but hold on. That's why I'm trying to be less nice, though. That's actually genuinely why one of my 2026 New Year's resolutions is to be a kind person, but not nice person all the time. I would like to always be kind. I would like to always try not to make things worse for other people, but I've realized it is so pointless to always be nice. There's no utility in always being nice. It's not nice for me and it's not nice for other people. I'm not doing anyone a favor. I'm probably setting myself back by trying to be nice all the time. And I know some of you may be listening and you're like, you're not nice in any of your videos. There's a lot of times I don't go as hard on things as I could. And I'm realizing, like, when you're just going to get taken out of context and twisted like this, you may as well just say, you may as well just say, Iggy Azalea is a racist black fisher, and it would be cooler if she never released music again. You may as well just say it. Because she's going to react as if you have said that, no matter how many layers of understanding you're trying to bring to the table. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. So I feel like a doormat. Yeah, no. 2K26, we're not being doormats over racism anymore. I'm not doing any sort of apologism. I didn't think that's what I was doing. But sometimes when you are too nice about it, this is what's going to happen. You're going to get twisted. And then you were nice for what? It's so ridiculous. Someone said Charlie XCX washed her on Fancy. Low-key, Charlie XCX's part of that song is so fire. I love that. But then again, I like Charlie XCX in general. And I think that makes a kind of good segue, right? If I go back to Fancy, look how many tabs I have open right now. Hold on. This is crazy. But you know what? You know what I'm going to do instead? I'm just going to close all of them. I don't trust myself to sort through these tabs. I'm just going to close them and start from jump. Okay, so if I go back to Fancy, for example, and we look at Charlie XCX in this song, who I can't find because I don't remember where the hook is. Oh, here she is. If you look at where Charlie is in her career right now versus where Iggy is in her career, I'm just kind of saying the scripts sometimes write themselves. Sometimes I don't have to even make a point. Sometimes points are made in a vacuum, or points are self-evident. The fact that Charlie XCX, I think, has recently had one of the biggest pop moments, Brat Summer. Everybody was bumping that, as she said. Everybody was playing her songs. She's now doing movies. She's doing all this other stuff. That's why when I talk about people falling off, I'm never just talking about the fact that, like, oh, they're not doing great now. You could always have maintained your longevity if you would have just taken any amount of criticism in your career. I don't think Iggy Azalea would be selling us cryptocurrency, which I haven't gotten to yet. I don't think we would be in this scenario in the first place. But I think when you're the kind of artist who, like, buckles down or just hunkers down, and you were only ever really good at one thing, that is why some people go on to be the Charlie XCXs of the world. and other people are the Iggy Azaleas. People are saying Charlie XCX is problematic. Look, chat, I'm not saying that Charlie XCX is or is not problematic. Hopefully that's clear. I'm making the point that there is a way of not falling off so completely that your singles don't even touch the radio anymore. I think it's pretty safe to assume at this point that if I'm ever mentioning a celebrity, they're probably problematic. It doesn't matter how much I'm talking about them in a positive context or pointing out things that are true. Charlie XCX can be problematic and then also still be an example of running a career better than Iggy Azalea, right? And if I'm making that point, I'm not saying everything Charlie XCX does is good. Also, another thing I would like to point out, I don't even know everything that every celebrity does. I know I definitely give off that impression because so many of my videos are like, oh, hey, here's everything this one celebrity does. But like, one of the really big things that I'm giving up in 2026 is I'm not always going to attach an asterisk every time I mention somebody, because it's not really serving me to know everything bad about everyone. So next time you hear, I was like, oh, D'Angelo mentioned this person and this person's kind of problematic, take this more of a, oh, but that's because like everybody is kind of problematic because the entertainment industry sucks. I'm actually problematic. I try really hard not to be. I really do, but it's not easy. So yeah, no, I'm not endorsing Charlie XCX. I'm just pointing out there are clearly levels to this, okay? Somebody said, I've never heard about Charlie being problematic before. Again, that's a different topic. That's another thing too, is like, I like to try to keep things in their boxes. I know that doesn't always work for people, but in a video about, you know, Iggy Azalea and blackfishing and all of this, I'm mostly just talking about Iggy Azalea. People are bringing up Rina Sawayama. Rina Sawayama is a great artist though, for real though. I really like her music. Someone said, our problematic non-binary king. Exactly. You know how y'all are always standing like, oh, my unproblematic king or whatever? There are no unproblematic kings. First of all, don't stand me. But like, I am your problematic person. We are all problematic. Someone said they think controversial is a better word, low-key. Well, yeah, because like, what does problematic even mean? We're going to get into that later when I transition out of this topic into the political compass tests that we're going to be taking on stream. And then you'll find out just how problematic I am. But like, a lot of words are so loaded. Like, they're almost not useless. Because they're almost not useless. They're almost completely useless. Because like, say I bring up two celebrities and I'm like, hey, chat, do we think, for example, that Katy Perry is problematic? I would say yes. I would say that's a fair criticism. Do we think, for example, that let's say, I almost don't want to bring him up, but I mentioned him earlier, Chris Brown's problematic? I would also say yes. I think beating someone half to death and being a horribly violent person and an abuser of women is problematic. And when you're doing this thing where you're taking the same language to describe one person who is abusive and beating people half to death and applying it to people like Katy Perry, who are also problematic for completely other reasons, it sometimes warps into a conversation that I don't even want to have, because then it's like, what are we actually talking about? Obviously, if I ever mention somebody online, I can probably just type their name and problematic, and I will get anything of a range of like, oh yeah, this person plagiarized something, or this person screwed someone over here. And it's not always like fun for me to try to parse what y'all mean by problematic. Does that make sense? I know so much of the content is literally just about, oh, these are things that people have done. I don't know if y'all realize how exhausting it is that I have to always try to figure out, if you say you think Charlie XCX is problematic, do you think like me trying to figure out, okay, what does this mean? Allegations, something mildly annoying that she did involving one of your favorite artists, you know, plagiarism scandals, grooming. I can't always stop to get into everybody's controversies. It's impossible. And also, I will say this too. It's really depressing approaching content in a way where every single person that you bring up, you are also constantly looking for their downsides. Now, I hope that doesn't mean I hope you understand I'm not saying you shouldn't be bringing things up if they're worth pointing out about. If I was genuinely someone who's like, oh guys, let's all be more positive and never bring up celebrity problems, I wouldn't be here making a video about Iggy Azalea. But the actual behavioral pattern of bringing somebody up and then immediately having to shift into, let's find everything bad so I can make sure that even if I say something nice about them, I'm also acknowledging all these bad things about them. I can't do it. I can't do it for every single person. I can't do it for every single person. So, hey, if I'm talking about somebody who's actually an abuser and I am somehow completely out of the loop, which I don't think would happen, please let me know. But someone like Charlie XCX, who I don't know what she did, you know, I derailed the stream on purpose this time just to talk about it a little bit. I'm not always going to derail the stream to move from one controversy to another unless it is related to what I'm saying. Does that sound fair? Does that sound fair? I hope that sounds I hope that sounds fair. Yeah. It's tricky. What did Jill Scott say? It's challenging. It's actually really challenging to talk about celebrities on the internet, which I know you're just like, bro, you're just saying the most easy job in the world is a little tricky. Hey, I do have an easy job, but parts of it are really hard. It's challenging to manage everybody's PR disasters. And it's also not my responsibility to manage Charlie XCX's PR disasters. I don't want to be educated on everything. Again, don't let me support abusers, which I genuinely don't think I've done that. Or if I've ever done something that I thought was doing that, I go back and try to fix it. But yeah, no, like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Anyways, getting back into the Iggy Azalea topic, because I have talked about this enough. All this to say, to get back into my original point, if you look at one of the people in this video a decade later dominating the pop charts and having an entire summer dedicated to their last album versus the latest person in this video starting a crypto casino empire. Oh, I got my antivirus software recommended to me again. Bro, I am so tired. Hold on. I'm going to turn off the chat so y'all can see. McAfee, however you pronounce that. I need them to get off of my case. Leave me alone. I don't want to save up to 83% on antivirus software. Okay? Because actually, speaking of problematic, I'm now about to contradict myself. Wasn't the guy behind that antivirus software like wild? Am I confusing him with someone else? Isn't this the specific antivirus software? Someone said delete it. I'm definitely going to delete it. Yeah, no, people are saying he was like a pedophile or something. Okay, look, I don't know about that. All I'm saying is like, I thought that guy was, or maybe I'm confusing it with somebody else. Hold on. No, people are saying I'm right. Yeah. I'm not saying he did or did not do anything because I don't know these things and I don't want to spread misinformation. But every time I see this guy, no, it's not Pat. He's a sports commentator. Okay, hold on. It's the software McAfee guy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry, Pat. I apologize. John. Okay, John. Hold on. I was about to just make the worst allegations against some guy who's just doing sports commentary. Okay, yeah. I think he's dead. But like this dude was wild. This is like the worst guy ever, actually, was my understanding. And this is the same software that was like associated with him. So every time I see this, I just get scared because I'm like, why is he haunting me from the grave? Turn off all notifications. I feel like if I turn off the notifications, it's still going to be on my computer. So later I'm going to figure out how to remove it. Like actually remove it. Someone said Jay Aubrey has a good vid on it. I need to watch it. I need to remind myself, listen, I have information about this guy. I just don't remember what it is. I don't remember what it is that he did that was like crazy. But yeah, no, I don't support that software. Speaking of being problematic, that's a level of problematic that I do want to know. I do want to know. Yeah, I'm going to uninstall it later. I didn't install it, but I'm going to uninstall it later. Remove all of it off your computer. Windows Defender is just fine. Okay, I'm going to do that between this stream and the next one. But yeah, no, I can't do it. I just can't do it. All right, going back to the PC. Let me put the chat back on. Hey. All right, so moving on from fancy and all this stuff, I would like to talk about what Iggy Azalea does now. I don't want to say nothing because that's not nice, but musically, the answer is nothing, right? Iggy Azalea sells masters and publishing an 8-figure deal, says, I don't have to work another day in my life. And you know what? On the one hand, happy for you. Listen, if I could sell the rights to every video that I have ever uploaded in an 8-figure deal, I don't even hate to say it. Best believe I would do it. You'd be like, D'Angelo? I don't know who owns those videos anymore. It's not me. I'll tell you that right now. I cashed out. But no, obviously, yes, part of this was the money. Part of this was her no longer needing to perform the blackness that we were talking about earlier. And so then magically, she's not making music anymore. Quick, act surprised. It gets more and more difficult to act surprised. And so since then, she has done everything from OnlyFans, which is interesting, which she apparently made a lot of money from, which we're kind of going to get into a little bit. By the way, I want to make clear, like, I feel like OnlyFans is like a minefield in terms of people's opinion on it or whatever. I don't really have much of an opinion on it. I just find it a data point that Iggy Azalea did OnlyFans after. I'm not like, oh yeah, this needs to be criticized, not criticized. I'm certainly not educated enough to have great opinions about online sex work or whatever, but that's not even what she was doing. She was using it as a promotional tool for, I think, music and stuff that she was trying to release, which is weird because at the same time, she was also repeatedly telling people that she was retired and then she would unretire. Hold on, I've got my sources. Iggy Azalea announces she's coming back to music. Cry about it. So she retired and then unretired, telling us that a year ago, I was willing to walk away from music because I was tired of the negative energy it attracted. But what I've learned is that even when I'm minding my business, y'all gonna be negative and nosy. So if I can't have peace, neither can you. I'm coming back. Cry about it. You could have also just done therapy, though. You do realize. And then this problem of yours would just be your problem instead of my problem, right? I think that would have been, for me, a much more interesting course of action than saying, actually, I felt terrorized by music, so I'm going to terrorize the rest of you. Iggy, please, I'm so tired. I have so little peace in my life. Why do I also have Iggy Azalea on a rampage to disturb my soul? Bro, this is such a funny response. If I can't be happy, none of you are going to be happy. So I'm going to release music. Does she not realize that that's kind of a self-own? Is that not a little bit of a self-own? I feel like, I'm sorry, that is just such a unintentionally funny response. Oh my gosh. But then after saying this, briefly, let's see, this was 2022. Yeah, 2022. Just mere years later, she retires once more. Hold on, I'm pulling that source. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Wait, I swear I had a source about her. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. You know me, I got sources on sources. It don't matter how many articles there are, I will pull them. Iggy Azalea says she has no interest in returning to music. And this is as of November of last year. We are currently safe. You know how people do storm watching? You've got the people out there with like the cameras, and they're like brave people, honestly, reporting like, hey, these are your updates on hurricane whatever. Iggy Azalea Music Watch. We are currently safe. We are at DEF CON. I don't know which DEF CON it is. Is 5 safe or unsafe? Whichever the one, that means there's no issue. We're currently free and clear. But unfortunately, she may come back. But as of November, we should be fine. We should be fine. Oh my gosh, she's so funny. And problematic, but funny. Someone asked her if she signed a new record deal, and she said, F no. But I did consider signing for weeks. I'm very sure I don't want to come back to the music industry. So a butterfly could have flapped its wings and we would have been in a different scenario. Thank you, butterfly, for saving us from a new Iggy album cycle. Oh my gosh. So is Iggy Azalea threatened to release a song? I know. Leave us alone, for the love of God. But anyways, kind of getting into the side quests that she's gotten into now that she doesn't have to work, as she's very proud of. Launching her OnlyFans account, which she made a lot of money from, as some people do on OnlyFans. Also, this article lists so many people that also have OnlyFans accounts that I was shook. Like, the rapper Blueface apparently did OnlyFans at some point. Soulja Boy was on OnlyFans for $25 a month. NLE Choppa, Bad Baby. Oh, wait. This one was really gross. I remember this. She turned 18, and it was like the day that she turned 18, she made an OnlyFans account, and then so many people joined that she made like $1 million in 6 hours. Because that's how many people were waiting to see NSFW content of a teenager. Y'all were actually sitting in front of a clock doing countdowns for Bad Baby's OnlyFans for her to turn 18, for y'all to legally consume this content. So yeah, I actually do remember that one because that was one of the weirdest, grossest things I saw happen in real time on the internet. It was so nasty. Oh, someone said Lil Tay did the same thing. Dude. Okay. I know that people throw around the word dystopian a lot. I know that people throw around words like dystopian, and they go kind of really hard on this idea that like, oh yeah, we live in hell or whatever. We got children just doing countdowns until it's legal to post sexual content on the internet and people eating it up. That is like properly dystopian to me. That's proper levels of like, okay, that is actually, maybe there is a use case for deleting the internet. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's so nasty. No, sorry. OnlyFans in general is, or rather the way that people can be about OnlyFans is so disturbing to me. And I'll leave the OnlyFans thing there. The way that y'all can be about this is so strange. Anyway, moving on. Another one of Iggy Azalea's side quests is cell service providing, right? So I got Verizon. Apparently I can switch from Verizon to Unreal Mobile, which is Iggy Azalea's cell service. So she's not just the owner or something like that, but it's her latest business venture. She's invested. She's locked in, right? It says with every new project, Azalea has brought her trademark attitude, and in doing so, she's become a true voice for change, empowering Gen Z and millennial audiences. Hold on. Gen Z? Iggy, hold on a second. Who are you empowering? I know that this is obviously about the people listening to her versus her. Hold on, Iggy. Hold on. Because I'm 27 and I'm barely Gen Z. I would just like to know where the Gen Z audience is. Are there people in Gen Z eating up Iggy Azalea releases? Because to me, she is like the most millennial celebrity. Like when I think millennials doing millennial things, I think giving Iggy Azalea a career, low key. I'm sorry. No. This is PR nonsense. Iggy Azalea is not popping with Gen Z like that. That is hilarious. But yeah, she's got this going on. So she has a new role as co-founder and chief brand officer. Azalea is urging her audience to get your stuff together and stop overpaying for expensive, misleading plans. No. She wants you to stop paying for other people's expensive, misleading plans. Make no mistake. You want to misleading Iggy misleading you? She doesn't mind at all, because when you sell people crypto, I think misleading them is kind of baked into that as a profession. It's kind of an occupational hazard. Iggy does not care if y'all are parted from your money unfairly. She just wants to be the one to do it. Now, granted, I don't know anything about Unreal Mobile. Maybe this is a decent platform, but to her, it's actually very important. According to this Variety article, which is just a PR puff piece, this isn't just another celebrity endorsement. While many celebrities may take these roles just for a paycheck, Azalea is getting involved and on a deeper level by joining the brand as a co-founder and using the venture as an opportunity to make a real difference in the lives of her audience. So that is why she's selling us self-service plans. It's actually for you. I see so many people in chat saying like, why is she scamming? She's scamming. Crypto's a scam. She's doing it for you. Iggy Azalea is changing your life and you're laughing. What do you mean? She descended from the heavens to offer you 19, 20, 25. I don't know how much Unreal Mobile costs. And you would dare mock her? Y'all are sad. Y'all are sad. You're the reason y'all drove her out of the industry. SMH. Okay, anyways, enough jokes about that. I'm now going to get into her latest side quest, which is the main one that I've been wanting to talk about. And that would be the crypto casino. Iggy Azalea's crypto casino, right? Let's go ahead and get into that a little bit. Hold on. First of all, online gambling has been normalized to a point that I find so appalling. Like, I see YouTubers doing sponsorships for gambling, and I'm kind of like, huh? Now listen, I'm not the kind of person where I'm like, an adult should not be able to make adult decisions about what to do with their money. I'm more so the kind of person, the kind of YouTube viewer who is like, oh, okay, I didn't know we were doing that. Today I learned. I had no idea that was just something that we're all okay with, apparently. But joining that wave of gambling just being something that we're all doing now because it's super fun and cool. ? Iggy Azalea has partnered with who I believe is a streamer to launch this whole crypto gambling online virtual extravaganza called Motherland. All in promotion of her Mother token, which is her special Iggy Azalea branded crypto that she started peddling last year. It's so strange. I think that no matter how the video started, no matter how her career started, if you asked me 10 years ago, do I think Iggy Azalea is still going to be popping? I could have told you that the answer would be no, because obviously people would tire of her shtick. Shtick is not a good thing to have if that is the source of your longevity. For example, if I could be annoying for a second, if I could be really big-headed for a second, I'm not popular because of a shtick. A lot of y'all's faves, some of y'all's faves, not y'all's faves, because y'all have good taste, but a lot of people on YouTube have a shtick. I have skills. That is actually why people continue to watch my videos, because I hone my craft, or I try. When you're popular because you're doing one thing, aka cultural appropriation, or like the same content over and over, you may as well just, I don't have an hourglass in front of me, start counting. Because when your stick goes away, people aren't going to have time for you anymore. And that is kind of where I feel like I always knew that Iggy Azalea would have to switch to something else. But how could I have predicted it would be online casino motherland? This is, oh my God. Okay. Iggy Azalea is launching Motherland, an online casino utilizing her mother token, featuring various games and better betting options. Despite the decline of many celebrity-backed meme coins, Azalea's strategic use of the mother token for real-world applications, like her telecom services, has helped maintain its value, showcasing a move beyond speculative hype to utility. First of all, ChatGPT wrote that. I'm not stupid. Okay, I'm sorry to the human being who stuck their name on this. I'm not even gonna point them out, because this is not a call out post. But y'all aren't gonna sit here and ChatGPT explain to me why Iggy Azalea selling us crypto is good, actually, because she's just more real about it than other celebrities. So if you're wondering, kind of like, well, what does this casino look like? What is the experience like, I guess, for somebody in Motherland? Here's a YouTube short that she posted on her actual artist page. Wait, how do I make the short bigger?
Where's the
Hold on. Okay, wait. How do I start a short over? Bro, I do not use YouTube shorts like that. I am not popping. Are any of y'all shorts fans? Trying to consume shorts content on any surface other than mobile is so deeply hellish. Okay, I think this should work.
Where's the next party? I'm not sure. Maybe Vegas. I gotta see if the market recovers. The market's been in the shit, as you know. Hey, I won $20,000. We keep winning.
Okay, so that's... I don't even understand really what I'm looking at here. But yeah, we've got Iggy. I don't even understand what I'm looking at here, but we've got Iggy sitting in the corner while... I don't know what is going on here. What, chat? Why would you post this on your actual artist's channel? This is literally the same page where she posted, you know, fancy, I'm a Black Widow baby, all of these things. And we have now devolved where, you know what, actually I'm going to use this space to tell all of y'all to play Motherland, because that's just where we are now.
Let's go. Come on, we're gonna win. 13. We're doubling.
Wait, why are they playing Michael Jackson in the background? I can't even play this clip. Y'all are out here posting. I can't even play the clip because now I'm going to get copyright claimed. All I'm saying is just like, y'all, this is sad. This is sad. This is... Someone said mega sellout. Nah, fam. Listen to me. I am a sellout. And I'm really proud of it. I am a proud sellout. Sometimes I'm going to be like, artistic integrity or chasing a bag. I'm going to figure out how to do both. I'm going to take the bag and then be artistic anyway. Okay? I love looking for business opportunity to try to support myself if I can do so in a way that makes sense. And is not screwing other people over and is not lying to them, right? I think we need new terminology to differentiate bag chasers from scammers, like actual liars. Hold on, I just realized. Oh, okay. I thought my chat was stuck. Look, I'm not a capitalist. Okay, I would vastly prefer that I didn't have to grind at all. That would be my end goal would be that I never had anything to sell because I could just make artwork and that would work because people would value art. The sirens are going off in the background. Do y'all hear Siren Head again? Sorry. I feel like y'all are gonna think that I live in like the most dangerous area of North Carolina. I promise I live in such a normal place. I don't know why there are constantly sirens going off in the background of my content, but I promise you, I'm safe. I don't even think people are getting hurt that often. I don't really know why there are always sirens in the background. Anyways, sorry. All I was saying was like, I wish we could differentiate between like, oh no, I'm stuck in a capitalist hellscape and I have to grind a little bit to try not to get buried under all of this. And whatever it is that Iggy Azalea is doing right now. I wish we could. Like, for example, you know, you got an Etsy shop. 2026 was your year. And you're like, listen, I make amigurumi. I don't think that's a real word. I might have just made that word up. Is that the thing? Amigurumi. Wow, that is real. Okay, don't ask me how I actually knew that this was a thing. Don't ask me how I was actually aware of this. But if it's 2026 and you're like, listen, I like making little crochet critters, but I'm also going to start chasing a bag this year. I'm not going to label you a capitalist outright. It's okay. It's okay to try to get a bag under these conditions. I genuinely can't blame individual people for doing these things. I don't blame myself for being a sellout sometimes. Let me start that Etsy shop. You best believe I'm going to monetize the heck out of this live stream. Please. This live stream's going to turn into a video that's then going to have ads on it. What do you mean? I did the same content twice and put ads on both of it. But when I tell you that being a complete, like, there's just such a difference between bag chasing, which I feel like you kind of have to do to survive, unfortunately, and just this. I said this really dramatically and then showed you a picture of little kawaii crochet dolls. This is a level of bag chasing that I cannot get behind. I cannot get behind. You're a scammer. You are genuinely a scammer. Like, I can't believe that there's no universe in which you should have had to stoop this low. And then also, I find it really annoying because it's like, if you on the one hand are telling people I don't have to work another day in my life, which is true. I do genuinely believe her that the deal she got for selling her music catalog, it probably was big enough that she does not have to work anymore. These aren't the people that we need to give a pass for being business people. Okay. I see a lot of the discussion about Iggy Azalea being like, oh yeah, she's a business person. Let's support business women and this, that, the other. Fam, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody who's telling me they have more money than they will ever spend in their entire life finding new ways to innovate their capitalism. That's where I'm going to draw a line. And so that's kind of where I'm going with this. This isn't being a business person. This is being a scammer and not caring about the audience that you build, in my opinion. Someone said, I can't wait for CoffeeZilla to make a video about Iggy. CoffeeZilla could actually get into it because he breaks down the heck out of why this would be a scam. I don't have enough scam knowledge to explain to you why crypto is a scam, but I do have enough brain cells to rub together. And my memory is long enough to see all the people that have gotten scammed through crypto. To know that when Iggy Azalea sits there telling you, oh, I won $40,000, she's scamming you. That's all I'm going to say. CoffeeZilla would be a much better YouTuber than me explaining why Iggy Azalea is scamming you, but that does not make me wrong. She a scammer. She a scammer. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Someone said being a grifter and scammer is not being a businesswoman. Exactly. It's not being a girl boss, you know? Nah, fam. Also, speaking of that, if I could like digress a second to talk about like the whole girl boss thing. We I say we, I'm not a woman, but we as like marginalized people or being any sort of marginalized person, we got to stop adopting the language of the forces that are oppressing us. I feel that same way about like black businesses and like this idea that like we got to stockpile so much money as black people, and we actually need to be the ones building all of this wealth, or like we need to be like the Rockefellers and we've got to be the best capitalists that we can be. Or it's the same thing for women. Like, yeah, you as a woman should be grinding, you should be hitting that pavement, you should be doing all these things because you can do it. People of color and women, I don't want to do it. I don't want to. I don't want any of us to have to be girl bosses and amazing black business people or this, that, the other, support this, that, the other. Now, granted, I'm still finna support y'all. I'm gonna support my local businesses. I have a bookstore near me, which is a local business. Oh, I love it. Because then I don't have to support Amazon. So yeah, I'm happy to seek this out. I'm happy to like seek y'all out and support you. But y'all ain't finna trick me into being like, oh wait, actually we're applauding capitalism now. And I feel like it happens a lot. It happens a lot when we start getting into this, like, let's support other people being really consumerist in capitalism. It's so funny. Funny's not the right word, but I find it to be kind of funny. Anyways, someone said neoliberalism, girl boss trying not to lure us in. Bro, I try really hard not to be a neoliberal, honestly. That was like my biggest blind spot on God, was like me getting stuck at liberalism as a sort of like middle ground away from conservatism. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm good. Because I was being told that I was good. I'm like, yeah, these are the right opinions. And then me realizing like, wait a second, I need to keep moving. We are here on the map. I need to be over here. And I think I'm referring to the right side of the screen. So I just told all of you that I'm going to become far right. But I swear to God, this is my left hand. Is that the left side of the screen? No, okay, whatever. My point is, I need to be over here. I can't stop right here at all these talking points that are technically still not as leftist as I thought they were. It's not good for any of us, honestly. It's really not. Let's be so outside the box that we're not even seeing capitalism as our foreseeable future. It's probably going to be our foreseeable future, but it's not cool to be like defeatist, I guess, and just be like, well, I'm just going to work under this system that we're under and accept the options that I have. Nah, fam, I can't do it. Someone said D'Angelo Grifter era. No. Please, no. Don't speak that over me. I'm never going to sit here and start spewing conservative talking points at you. I'm never going to do it. Or if I do it, my stream almost went away. If I do it, it was a sign. It was a sign from the universe. I have brain worms. I'm telling you right now. You ever click into a D'Angelo video and someone is sitting here telling you, hey guys, this has gotten too woke. Oh my gosh. I'm a minority, and I'm here to be the one minority to tell you that actually all these other minorities are bugging. They tripping. Let me validate your racism. Come here. Let me validate your worldview. Let's talk about it. No, honestly, I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm a woman, but I'm going to sit here and parrot really, really sexist, misogynist talking points to you because you're going to eat it up. Let's do it. And then you can use me as a reference for why you're not misogynistic. I'm a trans person, and I'm going to be really transphobic in my videos because there's an audience for that. I'm Candace Owens. Nah. When I tell you I would rather die, I would rather actually die. It's so, I can't imagine being any sort of marginalized person. And bro, I don't know what that hell is like waking up every day. I don't even know. I can't imagine the level of self-hatred that it would take to actually enter your grifter era where you start betraying everything that is true and real and the people that you actually believe in. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Someone said I have such a good secondhand bookstore near me. Bro, bookstores. Don't get me started. All right, so we're almost done for the day, actually. There's only one other video I want to show y'all. There's only one other video I want to show y'all about Iggy Azalea's current output, right? And it is the puff piece that she did. Hold on. Pulling it up right now. So you may have noticed that the vast majority of this Iggy Azalea stuff, oh my gosh, I'm so tired of seeing myself. Sorry, I know I freak out every time I see myself. Sorry. As a streamer, you do have to work kind of hard to not say the same things over and over. Because like there are those streamers where like you get a $5 donation and you're like, thank you for the $5, Joe Schmo, and then you this, that, the other. And like if you watch the stream for longer than 15 minutes, you realize that they are just saying the same thing over and over. I work hard not to be a broken record. But when I tell you, it's always just such a jump scare. I feel like more YouTubers have to talk about this. Or maybe some YouTubers are okay with it. Maybe you open a web page and see yourself and you're fine with it. But I'm going to ask y'all to put yourself in my shoes. Please imagine going to youtube.com to watch something and you're over here in the corner like... Actually, I'm in the corner twice. And I can see right here where 2,500 of y'all are watching. Why are there 2,500 people here? Scary. Thank you. And then I see me down here, 250,000 people watching Elon Musk. Why did 250,000 of y'all watch that? Scary. Thank you. No, dude. I will never get used to it. I've been getting jumped. Someone said it's so overstimulating. It is. It is. And I struggle a little bit. I do struggle a little bit with being overstimulated. Oh my God. I really, 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 really do. And I try not to get like stun locked into just like parroting the same I'm uncomfortable rhetoric. But yeah, no, it's so wild. It's so wild. Someone said I once saw a targeted ad with myself for an online tutoring company I worked for. Nah, it's not a fun feeling. It's not a fun feeling. Anyways, what I'm gonna do, because I am tired of repeating myself because I don't want to be bad content, I'm gonna log into YouTube on this computer and then I'm just gonna make it stop recommending me to myself. And then this never has to happen again and we'll all be happy. But anyways, did you notice how many of the things that I was showing you, Iggy Azalea's PR using ChatGPT would explain why actually she was doing this for the benefit of society? Like she wasn't just selling a cell phone service because it's fun. It was because she was trying to change our lives. Or she wasn't just doing crypto scam coins because it's a bag that she's not going to be held responsible for. It's because she's really trying to innovate things. This, which came out last year, and I'm so sorry I missed it because it's so funny, is the magnum opus of PR washing yourself. It's so interesting. Let's hit play. Let's hit play. Someone said this is their first time tuning in live. Perfect time for my break. I'm so happy you at least got to catch this part of the stream because, oh man.
There was always a lot of rumors like, she's an industry plant. They made her up in a boardroom and they told her to come out and she's fake. And my journey was very real and I worked very hard for it.
Iggy Azalea. It's been more than a decade since the Australian-born rapper burst onto the charts in 2014 with the It Girl anthem, Fancy.
So I agree that the term industry plant gets thrown around too much because it does. But I genuinely cannot think of a better argument for industry plant than Iggy Azalea. I think she might actually, in my mind, be the definition of an industry plant, if we're being for real. But you know what? She doesn't feel that way, so. All right, I'm not catching the copyright claim.
First things first, I'm the realist.
We already know she the realist. She the realist. Gosh, the difference between her rapping voice and her speaking voice is... I will never, ever, ever get over it.
Drop this and let the whole world girl feel it. Let 'em feel it.
Do you remember writing the track?
Yes, I did, but I had written it and thrown it away. And then maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, I came back in the studio to record, and I was like, this is really catchy, but I need something more melodic on the hook.
Then up and coming Charlie XCX, the pen behind the song's flashy chorus.
Let's go. I feel like that part goes harder. I feel like that part just goes harder anyway. First things first, I'm the realist. Yes, it is iconic in a very cringe 2010s way that I've been trying to forget for the past 11 years. But when that I'm so fancy comes in, oh my gosh, bro, I be feeling fancy. I be feeling like you already know. I'm in the fast lane from LA to Tokyo. It really makes you feel like you're Batman. Let's see.
And Iggy followed up with the multi-platinum selling Black Widow.
All right.
Earning her, it's one of the top female MCs at the time.
There was a lot of joy in seeing somebody that's the underdog come up, and that can be very celebrated in the media. But then once you're at the top, you kind of have to crash and burn.
Seemingly overnight, Iggy goes from celebrated to criticized.
So you don't write your own raps, you're racially insensitive, and then you act like you don't care.
On the
Period. If ABC News is going to sit here and try to act like that clip that they just played was unfair criticism, y'all, no faith in journalism. How is this journalism? That is an accurate clip that y'all just played as if these people were haters. Just hating.
internet and the airwaves.
People went from saying she just was a whack artist to really just insulting her.
I was in a battle zone, man. I was stepping on landmines left and right, and I just couldn't survive it. It's not survivable.
Iggy's every move.
It's not survivable, she says. It's not survivable. Hold on. I'm a little curious. I don't know. I just kind of Googled white rappers. Oh, there's so many of them. Wowie. So many people have survived it. I don't know. This is because I feel like even right now, we have so many people. We got Yeet, not a fan. We've got Ian, the rapper, not a fan. We've got Lil Mabu, not a fan. I really don't like any of these people. I think you could have survived it. I think that you were just not built for it. Now, granted, she got way less of a pass than somebody like Eminem is going to get because she was a woman. I feel like that still bears mentioning, and I'm not going to downplay it just to make a point in my video. I would just like to say, I have seen so many people survive their black fishing, black scent, this, that, the other allegations. I just think that you, I don't know. I don't know about that one, Iggy. I don't know about that one.
Move, dissect it.
Did it feel unfair?
It did at the time, but there are also some things that I walked right into and deserve, or things that I could have done better, but I can't sit here all day long boo-hooing about that. It's just part of life.
She's so dismissive. She's so dismissive about it. Yeah, it felt unfair when everybody said I was a culture vulture, but like, man. Oh man. I think the thing that's too is like, it's hard to explain it like on a live stream where I'm making a bunch of jokes and stuff, is like the culture that people are wearing, I do love so much. That's the thing, right? I love rap music. Now, it's such a flawed industry, right? It's such an insanely flawed industry and just a hotbed for misogyny and homophobia and a bunch of things that we need to move past. But that doesn't change the fact that it's been a vehicle for so many artists to create so many things, so many people who never would have been listened to or never would have had a chance to make it out of their scenarios. They were able to do so with rap music as a tool. It is so vitally important. That is a tautology that is redundant. It's so vital and important just to our culture. So I just think hearing somebody say like, oh, bleh, it was just life. That's sort of the challenging aspect, to borrow that sort of Jill Scott terminology. Oh my gosh. Somebody said kind of crazy and she has a black child. Oh man. Okay, hold on. I don't even want to get into that. I'm not going to get into that. Mostly because like, but it's scary to it's scary to think about somebody being this dismissive about racism while also having a child with a black person. I'm like, but then that kind of gets into different territory, which is that just because you're dating somebody who's black does not mean you don't have anti-blackness going on. Actually, unfortunately, some of the most heinously racist people imaginable are totally just with black people. Now, I'm also not defending Iggy Azalea's baby daddy, because Playboy Cardi, look, that's somebody I don't need y'all to tell me is problematic. I know. Playboy Cardi, this man is a deadbeat. He is so cringe and lame and absolutely not worth the energy of me sitting here and defending him at all. But I just feel sorry. I feel sorry for the kid. I think that's a fair offer. I feel sorry for the child in this scenario. A deadbeat dad and a mom who doesn't think racism is real, essentially. I feel bad. Anyways.
Tonight, Iggy Azalea, controversial, defiant, and still standing. Born Amethyst Amelia Kelly, Iggy grew up in a small town in New South Wales, Australia, always with admiration for American hip-hop.
What made you first fall in love with hip-hop?
One of my first obsessions.
Okay, so in this part, because I did watch this first before subjecting it to you, she's just talking about how she was... Can you hear that right now? Are you kidding me with the sirens? I feel like it's so loud. Is it just me? Am I just the one who thinks the sirens are loud? Do they sound louder because I have my headphones in? Okay, it stopped, I guess. Bro, it's so... I'm so sorry. I am so... You would think that I'm doing this for content with how insanely... Someone asked if I'm by a pier. I am not by a pier. The funny thing is, I'm not even that close to the road. Someone said, speaking of not sounding like a broken record, I don't know what to do about the fact that I live in the apocalypse. Okay? I don't know what to do about the fact that I live in the apocalypse. I can't fix... Someone said it's crazy. It's loud enough for the mic to pick up. Bro. Save me. Anyways, enough about that. Also, I saw some of y'all confused that her name was Amethyst. Her name is fully Amethyst, which I just think is so funny. Iggy Azalea is her stage name, and her name is Amethyst Amelia Kelly. Amethyst Kelly. Amethyst is an awesome name. I have colleagues named Amethyst. It's not the name that I'm making fun of. I just find that to be really funny. That's all I'm saying. First things first, I'm the realist. Okay, Amethyst. First things first, you're Amethyst. Did you think about that? Sorry. It's hilarious. It's a beautiful name. Clearly. Obviously. I just find it to be hilarious that is her name specifically. Oh my gosh. Such a good name, though.
Was Outcast, and they were very country, and I liked that.
That's a good song right there. Man, okay, why are they playing so many copyrighted clips? I can't.
More country towns. Outcast really sparked me to start to figure out more about Houston rappers or Atlanta rappers, and I just wanted to come and see it all for myself and meet people and be part of it.
At 16, she set off for Miami on her own, determined to be a star, chanted in her 2013 track, Work.
All right, so anyways, the whole rest of this is mostly just talking about her journey. It's talking about all these accolades and stuff she was nominated for or won for all of her tracks and stuff like this. But then here's where they're attempting to sort of get into the discourse, if you will.
So that it's
been a
horrible
villain.
place.
It's been a villain.
It's almost like a brace for impact where you put a song out and you're like bracing to just be picked apart.
Accusations of cultural appropriation following her every move.
Wait, wait. Halsey calls Iggy Azalea a moron for appropriating black culture? Is that true? That should have... You buried the lead a little bit. Okay, wait, hold on. That's coming from the AI. Hold on, let me find the source. Let me find the actual source for this. That's really funny. That's amazing that she said that. Oh, wow. Okay, according to this Pop Crush article, Halsey, in speaking to The Guardian, said, "There's a lot of people I would not put on my record. Iggy Azalea, absolutely not. She had a complete disregard for black culture. Effing moron. I watched her career dissolve and it fascinated me." I mean, is she wrong? Dang, though. Lord, that is harsh, but like so completely accurate. That is wild. Yeah, people are saying Halsey's biracial. Yeah, exactly. Halsey's family is black. Oh my gosh. She is also black and Caucasian, I believe. Woo, okay, wow. Sorry. You know? And look, here's the thing. This is why I will never allow any of y'all, not y'all, but I will never allow anybody to like discount drama as a valid source of entertainment. This is so entertaining. Isn't your day just so much more fun now that you know Halsey apparently a few years ago called Iggy Azalea an effing moron and said she watched her career dissolve and found it fascinating? I love factoids like this. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Wow. Nah, go off, Halsey. For real. That's wild. How did I never hear about that? I didn't even find that when I was researching for this video.
I chose to be a white woman and come and be in a black space. That was my choice. And I did feel very welcome, to be honest with you. I think it got a little bit more complicated as time went on and we had a moment politically and in culture where I was a part of a bigger picture.
Despite a skyrocketed debut on the charts, on the internet, debates at the time about her place in hip-hop and her alleged use of a southern drawl.
You have Iggy Azalea on the one.
All right. So we kind of have gone over this already. I've shown you plenty of clips of people calling her out on interviews, this, that, the other, and that's sort of what this is getting into here. And so here's what Mrs. Azalea has to say about that.
And you're appropriating.
Yeah, I think it was a lot, you know, and I said things that I shouldn't have said in retrospect as I've gotten older, that I'm like, that's a horrible take that you had. But it was just a bad, perfect storm where you've got someone that's, I have my limited view of America or culture, and I'm in the middle of these.
Then why were you doing blackface? Hold on. I don't even have to edit that, take that out of, like, it's so, you just said you didn't understand what you were doing. You had a limited view of American culture, black American culture. Then why are you out here cosplaying as a black woman? To be honest, it's always the people you suspect the most.
It's very heated, controversial conversations and
political.
Very political, and I'm also 23, 24 during this, and so I think I know it.
She was 23, 24 then, just for context. She's, what was she, like 35 now? Just so nobody's confused.
Everything.
What do you regret about how you handled that time?
Oh, somebody asked, did she do blackface? Okay, hold on. There are no pictures of Iggy Azalea online doing blackface. And words do mean things, right? But here's the thing. I do sometimes find that things get softened so much that sometimes it's not useful to have separate terms for things, right? To me personally, hold on, I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. I could pull this clip in 5 seconds. When I say, why are you doing blackface? I'm talking about stuff like this. I don't actually really see too much of a meaningful difference between what some people would call actual blackface and what many people call blackfishing. Oh, hold on. I pressed the wrong button again. Where did my... Okay, first try. I personally don't see much of a meaningful distinction between blackfishing and blackface. I know that it makes conversations with white people easier to have. It's a little easier if you come to somebody who is non-black and say, let's talk about blackfishing and how that this is a wrong and bad thing. But that is language designed to make other people comfortable. And I've actually been rejecting that a lot. Honestly, I personally think any attempts to appear darker than you are and be instantly clocked as black are blackface. Someone said blackfishing is a form of blackface, squares or rectangles. That's my exact opinion. That is my exact opinion. I don't find it really that meaningful to draw any sort of lines. Like, y'all, this is wild. This is wild. And again, I'm pulling this from CNN. CNN. I'm not out here photoshopping pictures, purposely pulling things that have bad lighting. I am not doing that, right? Hold on. So, that is what I mean when I say, then why are you doing blackface? Because she was doing blackface. It was socially acceptable enough to not be considered minstrelsy, but that does not make it not blackface.
I think sometimes I just regret having an opinion at all because it wasn't necessarily my place to have an opinion.
Iggy says she felt control over her career slipping away. By 2019, the same industry that catapulted her ghosted her.
What was it like living in that moment?
I think the hardest thing about it, honestly, was seeing the way that the other artists in the music industry would distance themselves from me publicly, that I was only welcome in secret. And I think over time I just got tired of it.
In 20
I can't imagine why anybody would want to distance themselves from this. Who wants to be like, I have a new song? Oh, hold on. Let's just do a hypothetical. Y'all, let's say I'm your favorite artist, actually. I'm your favorite rapper. I'm your favorite singer. If I made music, it probably... Well, I do make music, but I don't release it because, again, I'm like not going to threaten you like the way iggy azalea threatens us to release music. But if I release music, it would probably be some form of electronic stuff. Imagine I tell all of y'all, oh yeah, my debut single is coming out. I've been grinding. I've been in Ableton just, burning the midnight oil, and I'm going to release an electronic music track for all of you. I'm so excited. And all of you are getting hyped. And then I'm like, and it's featuring Iggy Azalea. Who wants to go through that? That is who would want that experience as an artist? I can't. All I'm saying is I understand why people may have been distancing themselves, because I don't necessarily think anybody is clamoring to have that be your announcement. That's how I feel. Someone said, D'Angelo, can you freestyle? No. My brain only works quickly when I'm not thinking. That's the worst part of the way my brain works, is like, I can move a million miles a minute, but if I actually start thinking about things, all of my systems just grind to an actual halt. And it is so sometimes demoralizing, actually, because then I start feeling really stupid. So no, I really can't freestyle to save my life. Because if I start trying to think about things that rhyme, you're just going to be like, does he know words? Somebody said, what would be your artist name? Well, my artist name can't be D'Angelo, because there was already an artist named D'Angelo who was so iconic. I'm not dumb enough to try to reheat those nachos, right? But I might just go by my full name. I might just be D'Angelo Wallace making music if I was ever to release something. Because, hey, I'm that guy, That's me. Someone said ADHD gang rise. I wasn't gonna say it. But all right.
2023.
We're almost done with this video. There's only 2.5 minutes. Look, you can't see. It's right there in the corner. There's only 2.5 minutes left of Iggy Azalea talking, and then I will free you from this topic.
She shocked many, announcing on X that she's retiring from music.
Okay, we don't have to get into this. We already talked about the retiring and the unretiring, obviously.
So be signing my son up to sacrifice those things.
Iggy's guiding force, her son Onyx, born in 2020 with now ex Playboy Cardi.
How is motherhood sort of?
I'm not super interested in this part of the story. Look, happy for you or sorry to hear that. I wouldn't know because I'm not reading all of that personally.
Change the way you approach the game?
Oh, in every way.
Is the number
I
accurate?
didn't have to do math. Well, I don't really like to talk.
Okay.
It's not
All right.
48
So this is the part where I think she's going to be talking about OnlyFans. Hold on.
to lemonade with that. I really did.
Iggy reportedly made a jaw-dropping amount of money in less than a year on OnlyFans.
I was the top for that year. I barely, honestly,
Is the number
I
accurate?
didn't have to do
48
math.
million?
Well, I don't really like to talk.
Okay.
It's not 48 million.
Okay.
That's not the exact number, but it's a life-changing number.
Can we go higher or lower?
No, it's a little lower. It was great for me because I was able to take all that money and use it to seed out ideas I had about businesses that I wanted to build. Iggy's on.
It was great for me because I was able to take every single dime that I made from OnlyFans and reinvest it into figuring out ways to make even more money by actually scamming people. Proud of her. I'm so proud of her.
Real Mobile Hotline.
Those other businesses in the tech arena, from being the co-founder and face of a wireless company,
Unreal Mobile.
For unreal creatures.
to founding her own cryptocurrency, Mother.
Here we
Tell me
go.
about the mother coin and what are you doing in this space?
Here we go.
It seemed to me that, especially with meme tokens, they were central to virality, and that really interests me, obviously.
I think that's something you're pretty good at.
Yeah, I think I have been pretty successful at it.
Are some of these ventures just
But at what cost? You've been pretty successful at going viral. At what cost to me? That's the thing. I feel like people are always like trying to be intersectional, you know, like, oh, you should think about other people's perspectives. I think everyone should think about me more. Me specifically, the person, D'Angelo. At what cost to me was Iggy's virality? Because when I tell you that I still cannot hear the term first things first without filling in, I'm the realist. I'm the realist. I hate it. I think many people in my age range suffer from the same thing. You might be a little older than me, you might be a little younger than me, but if you were listening to pop radio in 2015, 2014, she ruined the term realist and the term first things first. And for that, Iggy Azalea needs to be held responsible. She needs to be held accountable.
just about taking your ownership back?
I want control. I think a big part of like the last 10 years of my life, honestly, has been about getting that control back for me and to be able to navigate my own ship in those ways. And it feels really good to be able to do it.
Iggy
Okay,
Azalea,
well,
flawed, fearless, and fully in charge.
I'm moving this.
that's so cringe. Iggy Azalea, flawed, fearless, and totally in charge. Are you a tampon? What are you talking? What is going on here? And how does something like this run on ABC News? Like, that literally sounds like branding for some sort of hygiene product. What is going on here? This is so dumb. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Someone said, did she pay for this ad? No, literally. Please. You got 8.5 minutes of airtime on ABC News. And I usually get really annoyed. I usually get really annoyed when people make the argument of like, oh, there's so many more important things in the world that we could be talking about. Because it's like, we really, really can hold space for multiple things. I can sit here on my channel and talk about Iggy, crypto, while really important things in the world happen, for sure. But when I really start thinking about the fact that this was apparently worth 8.5 minutes of airtime on ABC News, I'm like, no, maybe we should all just be focusing on the things that actually matter. Maybe we should not be paying attention to any of this. Please. Oh my gosh, it's so cringe. But yeah, that was Iggy Azalea's side of the story. She's selling us all crypto because she's taking back her power. Do what you will with that information. All right, y'all. Oh my God, someone said first things first, I'm a racist. Feels more accurate. Hold on. Y'all are wild. When I tell you that I knew, see, hold on. Here's the thing about me. I am funny. But every now and then, there are flashes of people who are funnier than me. I see it in my comments sometimes. I get them in live streams. I get them like little glimpses of people who I'm like, okay, hold on. In that moment, I have to concede. That was a much funnier line to end the video. First things first, I'm a racist. This is why I wanted to do this in front of an audience. I never would have come up with that line on my own, and I'm actually sad. I don't have to go to ChatGPT and try to generate funny things to say at the end of the video. I can just yap for long enough and someone will sum it up better than I ever could. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and record the outro. This happened live right here on YouTube. Oh, by the way, none of y'all leave. If you're watching me, don't leave. The stream is not over. I'm still going to be yapping. I'm just recording an outro because I'm also going to be posting this on YouTube. Anyways, I recorded this right here live on YouTube on this channel. I'm recording a lot, I'm streaming a lot on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. EST. Unless I'm not. If you show up and you give me about 15 minutes for technical difficulties, but you see that I'm not there, that means I'm asleep because I just chose not to do my job that day. And that's okay. Anyway, with that being said, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed to the best of your ability. Bye. Okay, yeah, no, everybody stay right there, please. I have more things to tell you, and they're really fun. But, I stopped recording. Y'all, how fun was that? How fun was that? Someone said they were excited about the burnout conversation. Yeah, I'll jump into that. In a second. Is it just me or have these streams been litty? Litty. I sound so stupid sometimes. No, I sound litty sometimes. I feel like the streams have been litty. If I want to use that word to just describe my content, I'm gonna do it. I think they have been so just fire consistently. Low key, it happened really quickly. This is kind of turning into like a happy place for me, which is really nice. I won't say my happy place. It's a little dangerous to only have one happy place. I'm going to tell you from personal experience, try to have as many happy places as you can. But this is certainly becoming one of my happy places. I really just love chilling and talking with y'all. It's so nice. Because no matter how much yapping I was doing, no matter how distracted I got during a video, best believe I can edit that into some good content. And I will do it. Someone said you even make the technical difficulties fun. I try. Okay, so what's left on the agenda? I'm going to be here for like another hour yapping about things. I want to briefly talk about burnout, and then I want to take a political compass test. And if I can fit in the time, I also want to take the burnout test. Not the burnout test. I want to take what is called a difficult person test because I saw that recently and it was so funny. And I think it would be hilarious. So first, what am I doing to avoid burnout? Okay, I'm so excited about this. Some of you are going to say that this is not a lot. This isn't about you. This is about me. I am running 10 to 15 miles a week. And I have been. Period. I need y'all to understand I was so unathletic. You know how I make jokes all the time about not knowing things about sports? It's not a joke. I am for a long time, I was very horribly unfit. But actually, in 2025, while I was gone, I was really like, I'm not going to be horribly unfit. Okay? When the zombie apocalypse happens, y'all are not catching me. So I'm not very fast. I'm not running an insane amount of miles every week. But yes, I am really proud to say I have run 10 to 15, sometimes up to 20 miles a week, every single week. I think like since mid 2025. And so that's one of the things that I like to do It helps me avoid burnout because I'm like actually touching grass. Except I haven't been touching grass. I've been on a treadmill the past couple months because it's been really, really cold in North Carolina. Very painful. And I don't do well with the cold. But the moment it gets back up into like at least the 60s, I am usually outside. Actually, I will say my longest route that I do is 8 miles. I am just straight up. I have turned myself into the kind of person who's like, let me just go for an 8-mile run today. And I'm not talking about like, oh yeah, sometimes I'm going to be like running a little bit or we're going to stop and like take the pictures. It takes me about like an hour and 10 minutes or like an hour and 6. I don't know. My paces are pretty mid. It's like anywhere from like 8:40 to like 9:15 or even up to 9:30 on my pace. So I'm not going fast, but I'm going far. I could run for 8 miles if I was being chased down before I would have to slow down. And I'm very proud of that. Somebody said my part of North Carolina is warm right now. Well, that's the funny thing about North Carolina. We literally have everything from the beach to the mountains. Like, it's not the biggest state, but there are so many places you could be from in North Carolina that have completely different environments. It's hilarious. But where I am right now, it's been pretty chilly. It's been pretty chilly. Someone said that's still really fast. Well, that's the thing. I have to work really hard not to like be hard on myself. I think the really tricky thing when it comes to like running and my personality type is it's really easy to think that I could always be going faster. And also, I'm already the kind of person who does not give myself credit for anything. So I forgot that I used to not be able to run a mile. And I forgot that it used to take 14 minutes to run a mile. So now when I'm doing like an 8-minute mile, or if I do like a 5K, I can do a 5K at an 8-minute pace. It's really hard for me. It's not easy. Actually, if push really, really, really came to shove, I could probably do a 5K at like a 7:45. 7:30, you're really, 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 really pushing it. But because of that's not really fast in terms of being competitive, sometimes I forget that like I'm still crushing it. Low key, an 8-minute mile for 3 miles at a time. Actually, usually I do like 4 miles at a time just for fun. Like, I be eating it up. So that's one thing that helps me with the burnout is like having something to also put my energy towards. Before I would just put 100% of my energy into YouTube. And then, well, when there's nothing but YouTube, like it's hard to be happy. It's hard to see. Hold on, wait, I feel like my chat froze. Chat, come back. Okay, you're back. Yay. Yeah, no, I think it's so important to like separate your energy and not give your energy. I've said energy 25 times in one chat. You get what I'm saying. Having something else to focus on has been really nice. Someone said, I'm so proud if I jog a mile. Babes, you're killing it. Listen, if you are literally running half a mile, if walking is like the most you can do, be proud of yourself, because I wouldn't be where I was if I hadn't pushed through when it would take me 14 minutes to go a mile, alternating between running, jogging, and walking. And I was so out of breath and I was in pain mentally because I was like, this is hellish. Make it stop, please. Oh my gosh. Someone said for me, that's roller skating. Wait, that's a dope hobby. That's really cool. So no matter the pace, being able to keep it shows endurance. Exactly. What is much, much more important here, I'm not giving you all sports advice because even though I am much more athletic than I used to be, scary, I'm not an athlete, but I will say this. What is so much more important than how fast you go is how consistent can you be. I think if you can go kind of fast for a little bit of time, that's like cool or whatever. But I think the vast majority of your running improvement is going to come from how long within reason and what is healthy and safe for you can you maintain a moderate pace. Actually, running slowly is really, really useful. That's the thing that I didn't understand when I started running. I was like, well, I have to go fast, right? Obviously, Sonic, got to go fast. And I didn't realize that it's actually so much more beneficial to run slowly, because when you run slowly, you can run for longer. And it is actually that running longer that's really going to improve your endurance, your heart health. This is advice that I believe is good enough to give. I usually don't like giving advice about things I don't know about. I know enough to say slowing down is such a great tool when it comes to running, and is actually the number one way that many people wind up improving. Slow down. Stop running so fast, and don't push yourself to the point of exhaustion. Push yourself to the point of building that muscle of like, okay, I am in mile 5 right now, but I'm in the middle of a trail. I got to continue running 3 more miles if I want to see my home again, and I can do it. That's sort of the brain muscle I've been trying to build with running, and that's why I haven't been going super fast or whatever, but I'm like pushing that mileage up. One day, my goal is to run a half marathon. Like, I can do 8 miles. A half marathon would be like 13 miles. And so I'm just going to keep bumping it up. Y'all, I'm finna be real slow. I'm finna be really slow in that half marathon, but I'm going to finish it. And I think that that's a really, really big thing. So, I mean, a lot of people are saying running too hard is bad for the knees also. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like pushing yourself to run too hard is just dangerous. And actually, I unfortunately did wind up dealing with knee problems because I was doing that. But like, it does not matter how slow you think you're moving. I'm invalidating you if you think that you're slow. It doesn't matter what you think. If you are going really, really, really slow and that is a comfortable pace for you, keep it. I want to see 12-minute miles. I want to see 13-minute miles. I want to see 14-minute miles. If you feel like you're not even running, but you're like, this is comfortable for me, maintain it. That's sort of my stupid unasked for running advice. I'm sure some fitness YouTuber is going to catch this clip and be like, wow, D'Angelo just misled his entire audience about running and was actually super dangerous. But I'm trying. I'm trying not to give advice about things that I don't know what I'm talking about. All right. Who's ready for this political compass test? I'm so excited. Now, here's some things I want to say. I already sort of mentioned this before. This is not accurate. A political compass test is just a fun idea, because actually many things involving politics are low-key just fun ideas. Well, no. A lot of it is deeply unfun. But what I'm getting at here is like, this is going to pose a lot of hypotheticals. And so whatever number it spits out at me, it's going to wind up being biased in some direction just by nature of it not being based on real life. So if this thing tells me I'm X, Y, and Z, that might not be how I identify. And I'm not using this to actually prove that I'm one thing or another. I just think it'll be really fun to go through the test and use it as like content. I like answering questions and I like talking about things. So we are going to take the political compass test in German. Just kidding. Imagine I just whipped out a complete German fluency on stream. I feel like that would scare a lot of you. Okay. I'm going to try to make this bigger. That way, this website is so old and I feel like it hasn't changed in the entire time that I've used it. All right. So let me tell you what my goals are. Regardless of the fact that this thing is not accurate, I would like to be as far to the left as I can manage. I feel like, at least for the past couple years, what has served me and having opinions that I can be proud of, the more left I try to be, the happier I am with the way I sound. And so that is sort of hopefully what this is going to show me. Now, it might show me as further left than I actually am or whatever. That's not the point. I just want to try to be real. All right. Someone said it's harder to run when you're tall. It's funny. Oh, hold on, wait. It's harder to run when you're tall, but it's also kind of funny because like I'm 6 feet tall and I have long legs. And so like sometimes I'm like, wow, I'm not even trying. And y'all are like, it's really funny. Being 6 feet tall or having long legs or whatever is like low key a cheat code. A lot of y'all are going to say he is not 6 feet tall. He is not 6 feet tall. No, take my word for it. I really am. And that's with no hair. That's with no hair and no shoes. A lot of guys, let me tell you this right now. A lot of guys are 6 feet tall with their hair and their shoes. And they're going to put that there. They're going to put in their profile that they're 6 feet tall. They're going to tell people this in their real life. They're going to use it as some sort of talking point. Notice how I don't talk about being 6 feet tall a lot. Do you know why I don't have to mention it every 5 seconds? Because I am actually 6 feet tall. I'm not 5'10" and constantly in a battle to bend reality into believing that I'm actually 6 feet tall. And that's all I got to say about some of y'all guys. Because some of y'all be really funny. It's funny, I guess, being the height that I am and then meeting somebody whose height is public information. We ain't calling anybody out. It has never happened in a video that you have seen. I'm not calling anybody out. It's not anybody you've ever seen me collaborate with. It's just funny kind of looking at somebody who it's like, oh, that's funny because it says online that you're this height, but I feel like I'm kind of a little bit. All I'm saying is that's really funny. That's really funny. All right. Just a few propositions to start with concerning, no less, how you see the country and the world. All right. So they're asking first, number one, if economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. And I have options from strongly disagree to strongly agree. So wait, are they saying, do I support trans? My answer is yes. I strongly agree. I'm starting off strong, right? No, sorry. I had to make at least one joke about me being completely politically illiterate. Obviously, it doesn't really matter what they're saying here. If you're asking me whether my sympathies lie with humanity or transnational corporations, the answer is going to be with humanity. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should be it should be good for people, not companies, right? I would always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. No, I would never support my country if it was wrong. And I don't really particularly support my country, even if it's right, because when has that ever happened? I live in the United States of America. I actually can't. I can't think of one single option where I'm like, yeah, I should totally support that decision. No, y'all, no. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. I don't agree with this completely. Because, and this is where these tests start getting tricky. What does country mean? Do you know what I mean? If you're proud of your country, as in the actual government and like institution, agent that your country is, and you're proud of that, I don't think that's smart. I don't think that makes much sense. Because I'm not exactly sure what you're proud of in that case. However, if you're proud of your people and we're considering that to be your country, then you can absolutely be proud of that. I'm never going to look at somebody who's like, oh, I'm just randomly bringing up Brazilian people because I see a lot of Brazilian people really proud of being Brazilian. So I hope that that's not insensitive to say, but like, I'm not going to look at that and be like, well, you shouldn't be, because you were randomly born there and it's stupid. Obviously, when people are proud of being from Brazil, they're proud of their people, right? So that being said, I don't know what country means in the scenario, so I'm going to lightly agree that it is smart to not that it's not smart to be proud of your country, but if you're proud of your people, that is fine. Okay? Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. Now listen, a lot of you are going to be like, why does the test say that? Why did we just veer into supremacy? It's written this way on purpose. It's trying to get a read on me, okay? It's purposely written to be racist just to see on the off chance of maybe I agree with it. I do not believe that any race has any superior qualities compared with other races. Not even jokingly. As much as I literally love being black and all this. I don't like being black because it's superior. I like being black because it's different. I like being black because I love my people. I don't think my people are better than any other people. That's insane. That's insane. So I strongly disagree that our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I strongly disagree with that because imagine having enemies. Everyone loves me. I don't know what to tell you. No, I don't agree with that because I don't even know what it means. And sometimes I do wish that there was an option that wasn't agree or disagree, but it was just more like, what are you talking about? Because I think I would select that option more often than not. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. No. No. I don't think military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. I'm gonna strongly have to say no. I don't know. I disagree. Probably if there's international laws in place, they were agreed upon for a reason. I don't know. No, I don't think so. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. How do I answer this without lying? When my job is to fuse information, useless information, and entertainment in a way that sometimes I would describe as incredibly worrying. Okay. So there are problems in society, and sometimes I contribute to them. Whatever. I agree. There is a worrying infusion of information and entertainment. People do give way too much stock to the opinions of people who are ultimately just entertainers and not information sources, though I do try not to mislead you, but I agree. Unfortunately, I have to agree with that one. Let's see. What happened? Oh, I had to scroll. Okay. All right, let's go. Now the economy. We're talking attitudes here, not the FTSE index. I don't even know what the FTSE index is. Hold on. FTSE index. Is that like a cryptocurrency? Well, whatever it is, it's down. I don't know what this means, but it's red. So why would I listen to it anyway? When I log into my social blade, or not my social blade, when I log into my YouTube studio or my social blade, usually it's green. I mean, it's been red lately because I haven't posted anything. So actually, low key, my channel has looked a little like this. But when I tell you the moment I started posting again, everything was green. I don't even know what red means. I could never put my faith in the FTSE because it's not as relevant as I am. Anyways, people are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. I strongly agree with this. I strongly agree. Is there an agree that is stronger than agree? I believe all nations have more in common with each other than any one person in the working class has with a billionaire. I do genuinely believe that, like, xenophobia is so pointless when I do believe everybody, yeah, your cultures may be different, but we all have the same concerns as people, obviously, and we're all looking for that same dignity. But I actually think we start getting into very inhuman territory when we start talking about billionaires. Those are the people where I'm just like, this is not even a human way of thinking. Y'all are actually thinking like machines. It's very worrying. So I really, really like that one. I strongly agree that people are more divided by class than they are by nationality. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if controlling information... I'm sorry, I don't know if controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. I don't know how one would affect the other. I know that there is a relationship between them, or so I've heard, but I'm sorry. I'm just going to say that I disagree slightly, but I'm more so completely neutral on this because I would have to educate myself. I think my gut reaction is to be like, I'm more concerned about unemployment, because to me, unemployment is like, I would want people to have jobs, but then also I want people to afford things as well. So I have no strong opinion on this answer. I have no strong opinion. Somebody said, ¿por qué no los dos? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I would prefer that we did not live under crazy unemployment. And if you wanted a job, you could find one. I would prefer that we didn't live under crazy inflation. And also, if you wanted a job, you could find one. But I know that is an insane oversimplification. So I'm going to leave that one to the economists. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. I agree. Yeah. You're not going to sit here, or I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I support the free market. Leave us alone. Let us accrue money with no checks and balances ad nauseum. We wouldn't even be in half the scenarios we're in if there was more regulation for corporations, who are not people, by the way. I don't believe in like massive government overreach for people. And I don't think that that's like that political. I don't think that the government should be stepping in and telling you what to do with this, that, the other. However, corporations aren't people. You can regulate the absolute just bejesus out of a corporation, and I will support you. I don't really care. Now, granted, obviously, like, that is an oversimplification, but I'm trying to just go off of vibes here. I strongly agree that regulation is required because corporations cannot be trusted to protect the environment, in my opinion. From each according to his ability to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea. Yes, I agree. That's not really, like, it's so simple. If you need something, you should get it. And if you can contribute something, then I guess contribute it. Yeah, I'm in agree with that. Strongly. I don't really see why not. The freer the market, the freer the people. Let's stew on that one for a little bit. This sounds like anarcho-capitalist nonsense. So I'm just going to strongly disagree with it. Maybe now maybe I am the one. Now maybe I am the one who is oversimplifying things. But I don't like this at all. Because my main question to you is, who are people? That's my first question to you. The freer the market, the freer which people? I don't believe it's the working class. So I'm going to have to say I strongly disagree with that personally. It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product. I agree. Yeah. I think it's a sad reflection. I mean, like, there's not much I can do about it in the immediate future. I do still have to go buy my branded consumer product that is water, but you would genuinely think that something like water on a planet that is 70% made of water should be freely available to anybody who ever needs water. That's not me saying nobody should ever have to pay for water, even though I don't think anyone should ever have to pay for water. That's more so me saying there's so much beauty and so many resources on this earth. The fact that those resources are usually monopolized by corporations and then redistributed to everybody else while they're getting charged, to like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, I find that sad. I agree. I strongly agree. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. I agree. I agree. Now, granted, this is the part where I am not very smart. So I can't really sit here and explain to you what I think the alternative is. However, just because I have a home, I'm in an apartment. So actually I don't really own land. But I could buy a house. Yeah. But I still do think that land ultimately being a commodity is just kind of sad in general because it leads to so many issues. Just because I have to contribute or participate in the society doesn't mean I support every aspect of it. I don't think land should be bought and sold because there is enough space. Kind of like I'm getting with the whole 70% water thing. There's enough water for all of us. There's also enough land for all of us. And if you want to check me and say I'm just living in cloud cuckoo land, have fun. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. Okay. I agree, but I'm not super big on the contributing to society language because I find that has a lot of overlap with some really, really dangerous ideas. So obviously this is talking about like, oh, it's sad that a lot of people are just like investing or like making, moving money around, or like tech companies are not actually worth $1 billion, but you can still afford all of these things. And that's market manipulation or money manipulation. I agree with that aspect of it. I definitely just don't love the verbiage of contributing nothing to society. Just because I've been hit with those allegations sometimes. And I'm not even talking about YouTube. I'm talking about as a neurodivergent person. As a neurodivergent person, I get real wary about that verbiage. But I strongly agree that people who are just moving money around and then making money because of it, which absolutely does happen, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. I have two thoughts on this. Number one, I don't really know what protectionism is. So this is a vibes answer, not a scientific answer. But number two, who is being protected? I guess was my main question. Again, much like free market, which really sort of masks itself as being something good for all of us. Oh, we'll all be free under a freer market. It's really only beneficial for those who hold capital. And so I feel the same way about protectionism. Like, who is being protected here? I highly doubt it's the people whose interests I am holding, I guess, as the foremost thing that I usually look for when it comes to politics. However, I don't really know how tariffs work or why they are. I can't answer this, and I'm not going to sit here and make a fool of myself. So I'm just going to lightly disagree, but I don't really know the answer. Someone said no searching it. I know what protectionism is. Protectionism is stuff like tariffs, essentially. But I don't really know what function it serves. You know what I mean? It says it's government policy to restrict imports and boost domestic industries by using tools like tariffs and quotas to shield local businesses, jobs, and markets from foreign competition. Again, like this whole verbiage of like shielding ourselves from foreign competition or whatever, which is so loaded. There's a lot of words in there that I'm very wary of instantly. I don't know if it's necessary in trade. Because I don't really know what we mean by trade. And I don't really know what we mean by protectionism. Which is why tests like this are really, really useless. But I'm just going to put a light disagree and move on. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. No. Okay, hold on. Look. That is just the word Amazon. My man is taking up, so I'm trying to save this to my computer. I don't want a picture of Jeff Bezos on my computer. When you are taking up as many resources, and actually most importantly, when you are contributing to the decline of the earth as much as somebody, a billionaire like Jeff Bezos, you have so many more social responsibilities beyond making money for your shareholders. It does not get to be like, oh yeah, I get to ad nauseum have all of these carbon admissions. What is the carbon admitting? Have all these carbon emissions and, use all of these resources and do all of these things and essentially put this massive imposition on the world to make money. But also, I have no responsibility in any other realm. That's insane. And that's why we're in so many of the problems that we're under right now, because people think like this. The only thing that matters is the bottom line. You can't say that while simultaneously destroying everything. So I strongly disagree with this. I strongly disagree. Someone say he's not the CEO anymore. Oh yeah, sorry. Wait, what is Jeff Bezos exactly? What is he? I know he used to be the CEO. Is he just a guy now? Is he just rich? Is that his job now? I don't even know what he's doing now. Well, I'm gonna keep that. Look, learning and growing. I literally forget. I literally forget that Jeff Bezos is not the face of the company anymore or whatever. Because anytime I get mad at Amazon, which is very often, I see his face and I'm like, Jeff, stop ruining things for all bald people. It's not easy. It's not easy to be bald and proud when we've got Jeff Bezos out here ruining it for everyone. All right, anyways, the rich are too highly taxed. No. Really? Okay, here's the thing. First of all, I don't even have sympathy for billionaires in the first place. But like, this is so dependent on sympathy for something that is not an issue. You could tax a billionaire with a rate that to the rest of us would seem unfair, and it would still be fair. Because you would still leave them with more money than they could ever spend in their lifetime. They are actually just accruing wealth and sitting on it. This is the thing. I feel like I don't know where this fake sympathy for billionaires comes from, of like, oh no, Jeffy Poo, like, we don't want to take your money away because he earned that money. He earned that money really hard. What are you guys talking about? First of all, being a billionaire doesn't actually mean you have $1 billion. But I do promise you, it means the vast majority of whatever wealth you're holding is not even working for you. You're just holding it. You cannot possibly benefit from $1 billion all the way. There is always going to be a massive, massive, massive portion of it that is just disadvantaging other people because it is being hoarded by you. So, no, I don't believe the rich are too highly taxed. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. I mean, that's just dystopian, obviously. I don't have to sit here and explain why I think that's horrible. I don't think you having higher standards of medical care should be contingent on your ability to pay for it. Governments should penalize businesses that mislead people. Why not? Why not? Strongly agree. Penalize them. I don't care. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, I pressed the wrong button again. I don't know what a predator multinational is. I do obviously know that monopolies are not good for anybody. I will say though, I'm not super interested in genuine free markets as a concept. So I don't know. Does a genuine free market require restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies? Predator multinationals sounds kind of like loaded language to me. I'm just going to put disagree, but I'm using that as a neutral button because I don't know how to answer this question. I'm just not there. I don't really know. All right. Now let's talk about my personal social values. Wait, people are saying the word predator is a clue. Okay, wait. Then I'm going to agree. I will agree. Look, hold on. Chat, don't come for me. I am not trying to shill for predator multinationals. I'm just more so just like, if I'm told that something is like a terrorist organization, I don't always believe it. Mostly just because I live in a country where like the Black Panther Party was labeled a terrorist organization. We weren't. They weren't. That's not what was happening there. A lot of like for example, pro Palestine, any sort of organization at this point gets labeled terrorism or whatever. Because of this, when it does come to words like predator, terrorist, this, that, the other, sometimes my brain just shuts off a little bit because I start thinking to myself, like, is that really what's happening here? Or is it really important for somebody to have me believe that the person they're talking about is dangerous? So just now, when I said I disagree, it's not because I support monopolies. It's more so just because, like, the word predator by itself is not always enough to raise my alarm bells because words get misused so bad. Are y'all familiar with, hold on. Are y'all familiar with the term super predator? The super predator is a type of criminal and a now discredited criminological theory that became popular in the 90s in the US, positing that a small but increasingly population of impulsive, often urban, young men were willing to commit extremely violent crimes without remorse. That's mainly where my mind goes right here, Predator. Now, a lot of y'all might not be familiar because this is deep, deep United States racism lore, but I'm about to drop it for you. This was actually kind of before I was born, definitely before I was conscious. We just started running with this idea that there was like essentially like super black people, not just like black people, because we were already being called criminals and stuff like that. People actually literally started talking about, actually there are like super predators in this world. Black people that are so very criminal. Yeah, no. Look right here. It says, on February 18th, 1999, Senator John Ashcroft announced that he would propose and support legislation that would give federal prosecutors, quote, greater flexibility to try violent juveniles as adults. It was like, oh yeah, you know what? Let's just lock the kids up forever. Due process or like any sort of understanding of like, oh, let's not ruin someone's life because they're forget that. These people are subpar. You are inherently a predator. So I always have that running in the back of my mind. I always have that running in the back of my mind. It's not easy, but I will take your word for it. I absolutely, monopolies are bad. So predator multinationals, I don't support them. All right. Page 3 of 6. Now let's take a look at some of your personal social values. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal. I strongly disagree. No, I don't agree with that. I would say abortion should always be legal, mostly for safety issues. Well, no. The number one reason abortion should be illegal is because it's not my body. So me saying it should be illegal and somebody should be forced to carry, you know, a child to term and then forced to give birth. I'm not pro forced birth. Because when you say that you're pro-choice, or I'm sorry, when you say that you're pro-life, whose life? You know what I mean? You're not, it's such a misnomer. You are literally pro forcing people to give birth. So that's the main reason why I support people's rights to get abortions. But like, of the many other reasons that I support it, it should be legal just so that people have options to do things safely. I don't want somebody to think to themselves like, oh, getting an abortion is not legal where I am, but I do need to have one. I'm going to do something unsafe. That's horrible. Nobody should be left with options or like a lack of options that's driving people to do unsafe things. So I say, regardless of your life being in danger or not, it should be so legal just because I want people to be safe. And also, it's not my place to try to force people to give birth to people. That's insane. No. Someone said being an expecting father has made me even more pro-choice. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, as a man, or not as a man, as somebody who can't give birth, essentially, like childbirth is not in the runnings for you. The only opinion you should really have is like, how do I make sure I'm not blocking people's right to do what they need to do with their bodies? That's the only true opinion I have on abortion. I'm not even like, I don't see it as a moral issue. I know a lot of people really do for some reason, but to me, I'm literally like, the only thing I care about is not making everybody else's life harder. So that would include women or people who are giving birth. Like, let me just make sure I'm not voting legislation that's going to make it harder for them to do that. Because why am I turning somebody else's life and scenario into a moral judgment? Is stupid, in my opinion. Is dumb. It don't make sense. Somebody said being in debt the rest of their lives because of being pregnant is expensive. Yeah, no. I strongly disagree that abortion should always be illegal. All authority should be questioned. Period. I can't agree with that more. I'm just too American. I'm too American, and all of y'all should be too. Insert whatever it is. Y'all should all be questioning any form of authority over you, not in some conspiracy theorist way. Y'all just need to keep your eyes open. Why are those body cams not on? Why is a criminal allowed to run for office? And when I say criminal, I mean criminal, not made up super predators. I mean, you are a criminal. I question that. I question so many aspects of the authority that that is imposed upon my life all the time, and we should all be doing this. Someone said all authority except for mine. Yeah, no, that's true. Don't question me. Of course, I have your best interests at heart. Obviously. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I strongly disagree with that because that's just too much energy. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. So essentially, I'm being asked, do I think my tax money should be going to theaters and museums? Well, I get really bummed out when I think about how a lot of my tax money actually goes to, I don't know, the United States military, or in many ways like disadvantaging people overseas, contributing to genocide is what much of my taxpayer dollars go to. I thought the whole point of me paying taxes was so that we could all just be happy and proud of the society that we live in. But unfortunately, it's like more money for the military machine. So I would be so much happier if it was going, I strongly disagree. Oh, just let the museums rot and let the theaters crumble while I fork over the money that I earned in support of United States imperialism. No. No, I would love to fork over money that I don't need to help other people, but unfortunately that's not what's happening with my taxes, and it pisses me off. We should tax people to support people. Ugh. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. I strongly disagree. I think it should be so compulsory to go to school. I don't know if is that a hot take? Is that a hot take? Chat, I think that people should be forced to go to school. I know I talk a big game about autonomy and choices, but I think classroom attendance is so good, actually. That's just my opinion. Sorry. Maybe I might be wrong about that. But I think it should be compulsory. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. Okay, so here's a funny thing. There would have come a time when I would have been like, no, what? Of course everyone has rights. Why would you ever say different sorts of people should keep to their own kind? But, I can't help but notice many of the super rich, talking billionaires, wealth hoarders, they all seem to be really invested in this idea of like going to space, right? Or building underground bunkers and kind of withdrawing from society as a whole. And lately, I've been thinking to myself, maybe you should. Maybe the billionaires should all go to space. I don't love the emissions of that. I don't love the repercussions for the rest of us, obviously. But maybe if billionaires specifically all want to go run off and live in billionaire world and stop disadvantaging everybody, you could do that. But obviously, this is bait. And I strongly disagree that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. Do I believe that good parents sometimes have to spank their children? No, I don't agree with that. I strongly disagree that good parents sometimes have to spank their children. Look, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this right now. And this is, I hope I don't get canceled for, no, wait, you can't cancel me for this because this is actually true. I had 3 siblings and I was like, I am much older than them. So I was already conscious and they were babies. If I catch a baby reaching for something that is going to kill baby, I'm going to have to be like, hey, don't touch it. I'm going to have to slap that hand away. I am going to have to kind of, while very young, associate like, hold on. Don't kill yourself because this hurts. This thing that you're doing is hurting. But I am literally talking about like, that's it. That's the only scenario in which I would ever, and I'm not talking about I'm going to hurt a child on purpose. It's more so like, oh, don't touch it. Don't touch that. Bad. It hurts when we do this thing. As far as like actually spanking a child and being like, oh yeah, you're in bad time now because you did something I'm unhappy with. There are so many ways of parenting that don't involve spanking your kids at all. So yeah, I strongly disagree that good parents sometimes have to spank their children. Educate yourself on other styles of parenting, and then you might see you could be a great parent and never spank your child. People are saying the baby thing is different. The baby reaching for the blicky. No, look, if I'm babysitting, which I pray never happens to me, and baby's reaching for that AK-47, I might have to be like, oh, hold on. That's a slap on the hand because your trigger discipline was horrible. If you want to learn how to really pop somebody, I will teach you how to do it properly. But you can't just willy-nilly reach for any strap that you see, baby. I will help train baby to be, the best marksman they can be. Obviously, I'm joking. I don't own guns. I'm sure guns are going to come up. I'm just joking because the idea of like, stop the baby from grabbing the gun is kind of funny to me. But sadly, then I remember, as much as I'm joking, we do live in a country where babies sometimes do grab guns. So nothing is ever as funny as I think it is. It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. I agree. Yeah, I strongly agree. I mean, Mom, if you're watching this, there's some things I still haven't told you. Some things I lied about and I got away with them. I won't lie to you. Or I will lie to you. I did lie to you and I'll continue lying about that. It's for your own benefit. It's for you. This is for you, really. It's not about me. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. Obviously, I don't even smoke weed. But why would I want to criminalize somebody else's right to do that? That's stupid. It's stupid, Your Honor. It's not smart. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. That's really dystopian and sad. They asked me before, did I think this one thing was a sad reflection of our society? I think it's a really sad reflection on our society that the prime function of schooling is essentially to help you survive the very unnatural 9-to-5 environment that is all this, the outside of the world. Now, granted, because we do live in a society, I think that there is social utility in helping students find jobs, right? Because you don't just want to churn them out of school and then they can't survive in what is ultimately a bad scenario. But should that be the prime function of schooling? No. Here I was thinking the prime function of educating people was so that they could learn things. But what do you know? I strongly disagree that the prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. I think that no matter what phrase you put between people and should not be allowed to reproduce, you're doing eugenics. I think it doesn't matter if you have you could talk about that all you want, but I think for me, as a person talking about what I think other people should or should not be doing, I don't think it's a very good idea to ever say any group of people should just not be allowed to reproduce. I strongly disagree with that. Oh, Lord, please help me. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. Strongly disagree. That's awful. There are no savage and civilized peoples. There are only different cultures. I agree. Because, I mean, if we start looking at savagery as like an actual concept that exists, the savagery of the United States slave trade, the savagery of colonization, British colonization, that is some genuinely savage stuff that was going on. The savagery of the displacement and genocide of indigenous people in the United States. That is savage behavior. So no, I don't think it's useful to sit around and decide who to point fingers to. Let's just stop using that word. Because it's never been used for the right people ever. It has never, ever been correctly applied to anybody. For some reason, nobody talks about slavery as being savage and backwards and all these other things that you get labeled just by virtue of being brown or living somewhere that is not in the US or whatever. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support. I strongly disagree with this. I disagree with this because this language is so everything-ist. What does it mean to be able to work and refuse the opportunity? I think that there's a lot of ways of being disabled that might come across as being able to work and refusing the opportunity. But actually, you might just have a disability that people aren't seeing. I think many times where someone might think like, oh, he is not working or I'm not working or whatever. It might just be the fact that I'm neurodivergent and society's vision for work is incompatible with who I am. So I think a lot of times when I'm being told that people are lazy, oh, you're lazy. Oh, we're dealing with like welfare queens or this, that, the other. Why are you so offended at the idea that some people might need your support? Why do you have to like earn the right to be supported or feel supported? I hate the idea so much of like, you should not expect anything in the society if you can't work, because I feel like working in general is contingent upon so many things that oftentimes are out of people's control. And also working is exploitation. I mean, working in a capitalist society is a form of exploitation. It's not possible. I don't think it's possible to employ somebody without it being exploitative if you have to work. I think that's, unless I'm mistaken, sort of the idea behind a lot of communism, and that's not something that I disagree with. So I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree with that. When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. It's better to get therapy. Now, obviously, like, that's contingent upon your ability to do so. But let me tell you, if it's something you can do, it's better to get therapy. And that actually brings me to the sponsor of today's live stream, BetterHelp. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Can you imagine rocking with the stream for 3 hours and 46 minutes and thinking, oh yeah, I finally found a guy. This is finally a dude who I'm okay listening to. And then I turn around and start trying to sell you a BetterHelp sponsorship. That could never be me. That could never be me. That could never be me personally. I'm not going to do it. Not after all of that BetterHelp's been through. No. I think the normalization of BetterHelp sponsorships, actually, I've been asked not to say this. Because some of the agencies that I have worked with also work with BetterHelp. And so I've been asked not to. It would be bad for other people who are not me if I point out that the fact that we have normalized and reintegrated BetterHelp integrations back into YouTube is hilarious to me. Granted, BetterHelp does help a lot of people. Anytime that you see BetterHelp getting criticized, you can find so many people saying, actually, I would never have gotten therapy if it wasn't for BetterHelp. So I'm not being like extreme about it or black and white. I'm just saying, this is the company that we're all going to show for. Here's the thing. Sorry, agency, but forget you for a second. They double my normal ad rates. Anytime that you see a YouTuber accepting a BetterHelp sponsorship, they have probably gotten paid at least 2 times as much as their other sponsorships. And when I say double, I'm not talking about 1.75. I'm not talking about, it's like almost twice as much. What I mean is I have a set rate based on how many views that I know that I can get on a video, and I get paid that every single time. BetterHelp will badger you until they'll be, okay, we'll pay you more. Oh, you don't want to do BetterHelp? Okay, we'll pay you more. Until they at one point offered me double my usual rate for a sponsorship because I had said no so many times. And they knew actually that me telling all of you, oh no, BetterHelp is fine and BetterHelp is good and you should give your money to that, was going to do so much PR for them at my expense, by the way, that they tried to genuinely buy me out. That didn't feel like a sponsorship. That felt like a buyout. And I was like, I'm not accepting a BetterHelp buyout just because I keep seeing so many YouTubers accepting the BetterHelp sponsorships. Bro, they're making money. Money. So much money BetterHelp has in their advertising budget, and they throw it around like it's actually monopoly because they are that desperate to rehabilitate their image. And I'm not gonna do it for y'all. I don't know. You could pay me as much money as you want. You could pay me, you could buy out every single ad slot that I have left. We call it inventory in the business. You could buy out the remainder of my inventory, and I'm still not going to tell people, hey, just forget about that major controversy that BetterHelp had. It's fine. They're fine now, guys. It's a no for me personally, but that was a little bit of a tangent. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. That sounds xenophobic. Now, granted, if you are a first generation immigrant and you are telling me, oh, hey, I feel like I can never be fully integrated in this country for reasons that are due to my lived experience, I would listen to that for sure. But if this is just a general statement that I don't believe anybody can come to this any country or whatever and integrate, that's xenophobic. I strongly disagree. What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us. No. Are you kidding me? Okay, wait. I have to remind myself. The test is not bad. It's not the test that is bad. It is that some people believe this. Some people genuinely believe that what is best for the most successful corporations is always ultimately best for us, because some people genuinely believe that they will become billionaires. Listen, I could upload so many videos to this platform. I could pop off so much. I'm never actually going to become a billionaire. It doesn't even matter if I become rich. I could buy a yacht. I'm still not going to become a billionaire. I don't know why so many people seem to think like we can't be too mean to billionaires, because there's always that off chance that I could become a billionaire. It's never going to happen. I'm telling you right now, it's never going to happen. To you? And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person or not good enough of a person. You're not even perceiving the level of unhinged inhumanism it takes to run $1 billion company. It wasn't going to happen to you. You're not thinking about how much privilege and how many other resources you have to have in place before you could ever get to the point where you can actually build $1 billion company. No. And that's why when we do all this PR of like, oh, so-and-so became a billionaire now. We're so proud of this artist. Wow, they're a billionaire. They're the first this billionaire. They're the first that billionaire. It's more like, oh, wow, you won the game of immorality. We were not supposed to try to get the high score. That's, I don't know. It's kind of crazy to me. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, someone said, so fun to catch you live. Hey, well, thank you for catching me. Actually, the stream is almost over, which I'm really sad about because there's only like, I think 3 more pages of this and then I'm going to go. And I didn't even get to take the second test, but we can take it next time. No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding. I don't agree with that. Okay, wait. Isn't this essentially saying that PBS is bad? Chat, am I misunderstanding this? Am I being asked, do I think PBS is bad? If that's the answer, my answer is no. I love PBS and publicly funded broadcasts. Like, I mean, granted, they can absolutely be misused, obviously, but like, no, I don't agree that no, that's insane. I strongly disagree. What? Okay. All right. We're halfway there. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. I feel like our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of everything. And people will actually take any and every excuse. But counterterrorism is certainly one of them. I think that's my opinion. Yeah. No, I said I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. Okay. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. So, do I think... Wait, okay. I might have to read that again. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. So do I think we would make more progress as a society if we didn't have options? No? Is this not like fascism, authoritarianism? Or did I misread the question? I'm so confused. Some of these questions make me feel like I'm crazy. I feel like this is not... Yeah, someone said it means an authoritarian state. Okay, yeah, I did read it correctly. Do I think in the name of progress, we should enact an authoritarian state where everything that is arbitrarily decided to be progressive is forced upon everybody? No. If that's not what this question is asking, and I'm just being really illiterate, clock me on that. But my understanding is absolutely no. Although the electronic aid... Wait, somebody said that's communism? Hold on. No. I do think a lot of times communism gets conflated with like... What was the word that somebody used? Like totalitarianism? It is not... It's not the same thing. I mean, granted, like communism is a form of socialism that does involve revolution, obviously. But also, please, for the love of God, don't think that somebody who says, yeah, I'm a communist, are the same people who are trying to enforce an authoritarian state where you do not have choices and autonomy. Being communist is actually so fine. Just because there were many, many countries who were like, communist wrong doesn't mean that we need to throw out communism. Or am I now? Y'all got to check me if I sound stupid. Just because I feel like things have been done in the name of communism that were bad and absolutely disadvantaged people, that doesn't mean that the core ideas behind it are wrong about people owning the means of production, or there essentially needing to be a revolution against the bourgeoisie. Like, duh? Someone said, I think some communism is deaf authoritarianism. Okay, yeah. Again, there are actual countries that, in the name of communists, were authoritarian places. That's just, in my experience talking to people, literally never been what anybody who says that they're a communist here in the United States has ever advocated for. Like, for example, there's a lot of black communists who I support, and it's like that is not arguing for an authoritarian state. That's not something that we've all just decided, yeah, that's awesome, let's do that. So again, thinking that there needs to be a revolution and the means of production should be seized and the way society is right now is wrong does not always have to equal, oh, actually, let's be a horrible, horrible country. Anyways, although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. No, I strongly disagree. We should all be so worried. I'm fear-mongering, chat. I'm fear-mongering to you right now. We should all be so worried about electronic surveillance. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. I don't agree at all. I don't think the death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. Hot take, I don't think the government should kill people. That's kind of it. And because I don't think the government should kill people, I don't think the death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. And it's basically that simple. I don't really know how to say anything beyond that. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. Strong disagree. Why? This is kind of implying that some people are like naturally meant to be subjugated. And that's scary. That's a scary way of thinking about human beings. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. No. Wait. Yeah, no, I disagree. What? Why are we... What does this have to do with politics? Abstract art is still art. Now, granted, a lot of abstract art is really stupid. I'm sorry. Duct taping a banana to a wall? It's really dumb. But I'm not going to sit here and say I don't believe it's artwork. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. Oh yeah, no. I believe, like, if you even jaywalk, I can't say it on YouTube because they're going to say it's a threat. You got to go. Did you miss jury duty? That was the last jury duty you'll ever be summoned to. We're going to summon you to hell. Take your seat in the electric chair. I'm all about the punishment, baby. No, obviously punishment should not be more important than rehabilitation. That's insane. I strongly disagree. It's a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals. No, it's not a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals. That's such a sad way of thinking. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. Ugh. Brother, ugh. This is painful. I strongly disagree that people who make products for you to consume are more important than people who are making art to express themselves or sometimes for you to relate to. Painful to think about. Mothers may have careers, but their first... Nope. We don't even have to finish reading that. I see the word mothers may have careers, but when I tell you that's a horrible way of starting a sentence. That's a terrible way of starting a sentence. Mothers may have careers, but what? But their first duty is to be homemakers? I think that's an obvious answer. Almost all politicians promise economic growth, but we should heed the warnings of climate science that growth is detrimental to our efforts to curb global warming. I agree. Yeah, actually, the like number goes up, line goes up mentality that is like baked into economic talk or whatever is so bad, not just for the environment, it's bad for all of us in almost every single way. Why is it considered a failure if you did not make 10 times as much money as your business did the year before? Just like sacrificing anything and everything in the name of growth, including the very planet that we live on, is insane. We should heed the warnings of climate science. I strongly agree. Someone said it's unsustainable. Yeah, no, exactly. Because, okay, what happens? What happens when the final billionaire, and I'm really sorry that this is going to sound really dramatic. I'm sorry. But what happens when the final billionaire made their final dollar and also all of the rest of us are dead? I actually I don't understand the end goal of like capitalism. I don't really get it when it is so dangerous. It's very confusing to me because I feel like, how does the story end? Again, maybe this is just me being stupid. I readily admit that maybe I don't understand some things, but I just think a constant growth mindset is stupid. Someone said that's the same ending as the Lorax. Yeah, did we not all learn that as a kid? Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. No. That's complacency. And that's a really dangerous mindset to fall into. Now, granted, finding peace for yourself is very deeply important. But if you think, I think you should be a little bit less mad about things when you're older and you understand that you can't change them. Absolutely not. I strongly disagree that making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. No, it isn't. That's a lie by the establishment. Are you kidding me? You should be old and mad. You really, really should be. I'm not usually going to tell you that you should be mad. There are some things you should never become more okay with. Never. All right. We only got 2 sections left. If you got through that, okay, you'll find these propositions on religion a breeze. Uh-oh. Do I believe that astrology accurately explains many things? I strongly disagree, but I'm not an astrology hater because I don't think that many people believe that either. Chat, do you like astrology and believe that it is accurate in explaining things? I feel like people who like astrology get dunked on so constantly, so consistently, and it really strikes me as odd because yes, even though there is that stereotype of a person who is like, oh, you're such a Pisces and that's why you did this or whatever, I find the vast majority of people who are interested in astrology are just trying to have fun. They're just like looking up at the stars and thinking about things, which I don't think should be seen as such a hated, awful hobby. But no, obviously it's not accurate at all because that doesn't make sense. But yeah, no, I don't know why people are the way. Well, I do know why. I do know why people are the way they are about astrology because who are the main people who are interested in astrology? You know, it's not who it's commonly associated, dare I say, with women, sort of seen as a women's hobby type thing. And of course, this is like lambasted as the dumbest possible thing you could ever be interested in, as if watching people race around a track in a circuit 200 times makes more sense. Astrology is like fine. It's whatever. It's not accurate to me, but you cannot be moral without being religious. Oh, this is that thing. This is that thing where y'all think that like everybody except you is going to go to hell because they have different religions. I think that's pretty much where this is going. I strongly disagree. Charity is better than Social Security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. No! Charity is great as a temporary solution to a problem, but socially, we should be secure. We should have Social Security. We shouldn't need charity. How? What do you mean it's better? That's insane. I don't think people's ability to get the help that they need should be contingent on somebody else's willingness to be helpful. So, no. Some people are naturally unlucky. I disagree. I don't even know what that means. It's important that my child's school instills religious values. Ugh, brother. No. I think it's not important that your child's school instills religious values. I think that's a strange thing to do to a developing mind, but that's just my opinion. All right. Final page. Finally, a look at sex. Uh-oh. Don't tell the YouTube algorithm. They're going to demonetize me. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral. I think the complete opposite is true. I think usually sex outside of marriage is completely normal and like the most normal thing to do. I think usually it doesn't matter at all if somebody is married and they choose to have. Now, okay, hold on. If they're talking about like you are married and then you're cheating, obviously I see that as immoral. Not again because I think you have to be married to have sex. It's more so just because you're lying. You lied to somebody, you misled them. And it's also kind of dangerous if you don't know the full up and up of like who you're dealing with. But like in general, just the idea of not being married, that's so stupid. That's goofy. Someone said this is a terrible test. Okay, again. I agree that these questions are bad. I can't overstate though that on God, there is a version of me that would read this and say yes. I strongly agree. Not a version of me, but a version of a streamer that somebody could be watching right now who does genuinely believe that sex outside marriage is immoral and that abortion should always be illegal and that mothers may have careers, but their primary job is to be a homemaker. It is really easy in this amazing pink world that we're in to think like no one would ever think this. Chad, I promise you they're out there. They're there. And because of those people, there is still sort of utility in having questions like this, unfortunately. But obviously, I strongly disagree. Someone said they're bad on purpose. They really, really, really are. Here, hold on. Because I realized like I might not have even set the test up well. But look, if you look at what they say about it, wait, I don't know how to like find it. There's somewhere on the page where they say a lot of these questions are designed to evoke a gut reaction from you. And a lot of times when I stop and I say that is insane, they're trying to test my gut reaction to politics versus what I would just say in a vacuum. And that's why some of these questions are horrible. Anyways, a same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. Yeah, I don't care what same-sex couple, hetero, homo, it doesn't matter. If you are good parents or whatever, you should be allowed to adopt, obviously. Now, granted, I did recently learn a lot about adoption, and that it's not always a good thing. Me saying that immediately after being asked about gay adoption is crazy. I'm talking about in general. I think when I was young, I was essentially told that like adoption is always a good thing and it's great for these kids all the time. But recently I've been a little bit more educated and I'm like, oh, you gotta be really careful with adoption and making sure that you're putting the kids first, because actually it can be traumatic in many ways, which I did not know. That's a totally separate issue. And me bringing it up immediately after being asked about gay adoption is a bad look. But sorry, I started thinking about adoption and I'm like, it's not always, I had no idea. I thought it was always a good thing, but apparently it's not. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. I guess essentially I'm being asked, do I think we should criminalize pornography? No. I strongly agree that it should be legal. Now, granted, a lot of the things that happen in the porn industry are illegal. And so actually, I think a lot of what is currently happening and understood to be porn should be illegal. Because it involves a lot of trafficking and exploitation and really smudgy, well, I shouldn't say smudgy, just absolute lack of consent and things like this. And that's why I don't think like full sale. Yeah, I'm totally in support. I think it's awesome. It's such a great and cool thing. The industry is horrible for people the way that it exists right now. So I'm talking about the current version of it. However, as a concept, there definitely should not be anything. It shouldn't be illegal to do adult things for other adult people. If only that was what was happening. Hopefully I explained my thinking on that. What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. I strongly agree. Actually, I would flip that into like, I can think of so many other things that are the business of the state that the state seems to not think are their business. But for some reason, like, you get where I'm going with this. There's so many other things that we should care about besides what people are doing. Okay. No one can feel naturally homosexual. This test is amazing. This is such good content. This is so funny. No one can feel naturally homosexual. I'm just thinking about that would just so many liars that would mean. Like if homosexuality genuinely was a conspiracy, or let's broaden this into the LGBT community, because I'm in that. I'm not, I guess, under the homosexual label or whatever. But as a non-binary person, I'm thinking if this wasn't natural and I was actually just lying, the amount of effort that would take to fool straight people into thinking, like, it would be kind of funny if we did make it up. Does that make sense? I think it would be funny if it actually was unnatural. And we were just like, but you know what? This is an inside joke. And we're going to actually gaslight everyone into thinking this is real. If that is what you think people have done, have fun. I think it would be kind of funny. But no, obviously, that's insane. That's insane. These days, oh wait, this is the last question. These days, openness about sex has gone too far. Well, uh-oh. Okay, hold on. I feel like Gen Z, because I am Gen Z, barely. I think we get accused of Puritanism a lot, which I broadly disagree with. However, I will say it really depends on what you mean by openness about sex. I think a lot of things are very uncomfortably like sexualized and then normalized and shoved in front of our face a lot. I'm not talking about like, Cardi B, you know, was doing things in a music video or whatever. I just, this one's kind of hard to answer. It's not openness about sex that I'm worried about. Like, for example, if you're like, oh, let's say someone has HIV or something like that. If you're open about that, that hasn't gone too far. That's good. We should talk about that. We should normalize that. Let's say, oh, I need a Plan B pill. Normalize that. Talk about that. You should be very open about these things because that helps other people not feel, you know, bad or boxed in or whatever for things that are very normal. Sex is a very normal thing that people do. So that form of openness about it, I don't think it's gone too far. However, broadly, do I think that like I just feel like so many things are sexualized nowadays. And if that is me being a Gen Z Puritan, I'm sorry. I do kind of believe we've gone too far in that direction, but because they use the term openness about sex, I'm going to interpret that in good faith and say that they literally just mean people talking about it for educational purposes. I disagree that that's gone too far. We need the education. We need to normalize every single aspect of it and not make people feel like they should feel like they're on the margins or whatever. But yeah, no, this is a little tricky. All right, now let's see where you stand. Oh, I got scared for a second. I thought that was my result. I was gonna cry. I thought that they were saying I was an authoritarian centrist. Basically just barely a liberal. I would have deleted the stream. I would not have left this on the internet if I took a test. And they're like, you are an authoritarian centrist. Oh my God. Okay, why are they jump scaring me like that? I hit click your result, and the first thing you're going to show me is centrist leaning authoritarian. Oh my God, they're showing me so many other things that are not mine. There I am. Hold on, I'm covering it. Okay, hold on. That makes a little bit more sense. Yay! Now, granted, I'm going to tell you something right now. This test is biased in this direction. I think even if you just have reasonable takes that most people agree with nowadays, this test is probably going to tell you that you're a leftist on the social side, because I think that they seriously need to update their social questions for sure. But I feel a lot better about this placement than I do about this. This was very scary. Okay. So do they have like a name for it? No, there's no name. This is me. Lefty and not authoritarian. Now, I wouldn't say that I'm a libertarian in the traditional understanding of it, because like, no. I think like, honestly, when people say libertarian, my mind usually goes to like, oh, I want to have guns and do a bunch of things. That's not what it means. It's not what it means. And I am sorry for misrepresenting. I'm sorry for misrepresenting a political position. All I'm saying is I do not call myself a libertarian at all, because I think it has become shorthand for things that I don't agree with. Somebody said it's called left lib. Yeah, I'm this version of basically anti-authoritarianism. Someone said it was right above the chart. Oh, it says it right here. Oh, I couldn't. I didn't read it because it was gray. Wait. No. This isn't saying what I am. Social libertarian / authoritarian. I think these are just the two extremes. You could either be a social libertarian or an authoritarian. And they're saying I was almost all the way down in terms of like being not authoritarian. Okay, well, there you go. There you have it. There you have it, chat. Again, this test is biased. This test is garbage. It's like, it's not garbage. It does serve a purpose. Because here's a scary thing. Here's a scary thing, right? And y'all are going to really be shook right now. If I just Google political compass test, bro, there's people getting results like this. Okay. So even though, yeah, this is obviously like somebody could take this very test and still wind up in the center. Now look, I don't know what kind of scary answers you have to be giving to wind up in the center of a test like this, where it is really easy to have, in my opinion, level-headed, not extreme social opinions and get called a super uber crazy ultimate leftist, but there are people taking this test and still getting labeled centrists or like, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, I'd love to see your answers. I want to see that. Who posted this? Who took the test and got labeled? Bro, you would have to be so unhinged, I feel like, to start getting into the right of this test. Listen. If like, okay, mine came across extreme because I believe the test is outdated. Though, that being said, I do consider myself to have extreme leftist values, as in like the ultimate ideal of the left. I agree with. You can't get so left that I'm going to be like, okay, hold on, I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Socialism in general, I love it. It's great. Socialism is such a good way of thinking about things. Communism is a form of socialism, right? So like, it's like you can't really throw a concept at me that I feel like I would get scared of. Or if you do, is it even really leftism? But that being said, this is still a really extreme place to put me here, even if I feel like it's true. I shouldn't get labeled this much of a leftist just because I think women don't belong in the kitchen or should stay in the kitchen or whatever. So if you were taking a test like this and winding up on the right, I am genuinely scared. I'm genuinely scared. Someone said that last result looks like my dad. Bro, I'm scared. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. But yeah, if you want to know, like, how would I broadly describe myself, politically speaking, I am a leftist. And I literally leave it at that. I believe in socialism. I feel like saying that, like, I'm a socialist or whatever, I think throws people off a lot, which is stupid. But by all intents and purposes, I am essentially not like a fan of political parties as a concept. Obviously, I will support them, duh, because I need to enact change and stuff like that. But yeah, leftist is my favorite word. Definitely, I'm not a liberal. I'm not a Democrat by any means. I totally support socialism. So you can label me a socialist and that's fine. But yeah, leftism, socialism, I'm such a big fan of all of that. And also, I'm a really, really big communist apologist, for sure. Like, I wouldn't call myself a communist in terms of like, just, yeah, that's my belief. Mostly just because I'm not educated enough to do that. But it's not lost on me how much communism has been demonized for, you know, and doing so, people try to reject everything that is actually good about socialism. And it's really, really, really annoying. So I am a leftist and a friend to commies and a socialist. Does that sound fine to y'all? Y'all support me? Did you get the ick? Those are my political opinions. Those are my political opinions, and I'm not changing them for YouTube, and I'm not going to hide them, and I'm not going to keep them out of my videos. I'm not keeping them out of my videos. That's me. They're subject to change, but here's the funny thing. The only reason or the only way that my political opinions actually change is I just get further left. I used to actually call myself a centrist. Like, it's embarrassing for me to think about, for me personally to think about, because it's like, why would you want to be in the center of right and wrong? Some things are right. Ice cold take. There are some political opinions that are wrong, and I don't want to be in the middle of them. People's bodily autonomy, I don't want to have a centrist opinion on that. But when I was very young, my first step out of conservatism was I was a proud centrist. I was a both sideser. I was like, both sides are bad, blah, 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 blah. All of this stuff that sounds really annoying to me now listening to it, because it was pretty half-baked coming from me. I didn't know anything about theory. I didn't know what communism was. I didn't know what socialism was. So that was awful for me. Pretty bad opinions all around the board. But I will tell you this right now, it was still better than being conservative. I grew up in Texas, even being like a centrist or whatever, much better than the things I was hearing on conservative talk radio that was being played around me. But yeah, then just essentially meeting people and learning the definitions of words. That is what radicalized me. I got radicalized to the extreme left when I learned that what many people consider to be a radical leftist position is actually pretty tame. That's what I didn't realize. I used to label myself a centrist because I consider myself to be like a tame person who's trying not to have strong opinions about what other people do. Well, fun fact, me actually not having super strong opinions about what people do with their body or anything like that, me having compassion for other people and stuff like that, low-key puts me really extreme left of many ways of looking at things, which I think is so funny. So now I don't care if anybody labels me of being extreme or this, that, the other. I sure hope it does. I sure hope it does. Someone said I'm a democratic socialist and a hard progressive. See, I mess with democratic socialists and hard progressives. People who are like in their DSA chapter locally, people who consider themselves progressives, leftists, this, that, the other. I personally, another thing I would like to say about my politics, I don't really differentiate too much between people who have the same goal. So I don't really, that's also why the only label I actually use for myself is leftist. I don't really find it super useful for my understanding of other people are coming at this right way to try to figure out what kind of theory you believe. I'm more so just like, do you think that socialism means I'm going to steal all of your money and give it to, I don't know, Johnny Jones, who has never worked a day in his life? If you don't think that, and you do actually know what socialism means, and you do actually educate yourself, and you don't believe that you, some random person, has the right to tell other people what to do, we will probably be fine politically. Yeah, probably so. And I also am going to need you to have a really, 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 really strong opinion about US imperialism, as well as just genocide in general and imperialism, Zionism. I'm going to need you to not be a supporter of, say, Israel, the country. That's a political opinion of like, oh yes, what Israel is currently doing. Those are things I think you should have really strong opinions on, for sure, for shiz. Yeah, let's all make sure we're being very, very vocally pro-Palestine. And when I say like pro-Palestine, I mean pro-Palestinian people, right? Obviously. Again, I really do think that if you put people first, you're gonna wind up having the right opinions usually. But yeah, no, I can't rock with people who don't support, people's right to not be displaced from their homes. I can't rock with people who think that they should tell women what to do with their bodies. I can't rock with homophobes, transphobes. I just can't do it. I can't expand my brain to try to see your perspective. You're just wrong and bad and have opinions that signal to me that you genuinely think you're like the only person in the world. I think the only way that you could think that like, oh, this woman, I'm a man, but this woman shouldn't have an abortion. You don't think that that woman is a person. Like, you actually cannot visualize them. There's like a massive, massive issue with the way that you're thinking about politics. You must be thinking about them in terms of policies, which is a very strange way of thinking about things. If you're like, oh yeah, well, the United States is like pro-Israel, so I am pro-Israel. There's a few people that are not countries, and they're not policies, and they're not governments, and they're not militaries, that I think if you put them first in your mindset, you wouldn't be here. So, I don't know. Again, like, when I say that I'm chill and I'm casual about politics or whatever, I'm casual about people who are trying to do the right thing. If you're a lefty and you're like, I'm not a communist or whatever, I'm not like, well, you're a horrible person. You know what I mean? If you're a leftist and you're like, oh, socialism, this, that, the other, those aren't the people that I'm spending my energy being mad at. You know, the term infighting gets thrown around a lot. Leftist infighting or whatever. It's not that I support it. I don't even take place in it. I don't care. I really don't care. Please educate yourself. That's the main thing that I think you should do. Educate yourself. But beyond that, I spend the vast majority of my political anger towards people on the right. I find that it's a lot more beneficial for me in terms of making sure that I'm putting my actions in the right place about when I direct my anger towards people who are trying to enact right or center right policies. That's just me. That's just me. And unfortunately, sometimes that does mean the Democratic Party. Actually, that often means the Democratic Party in the United States, or people who like label themselves liberals or whatever. I have to see past the words and actually look at your policies. If you're doing anything that is not progressive just because you are not doing it in a way that's considered to be conservatism, I'm going to put my energy into like blocking that and being like, okay, no, stop. Can't do it. But anything beyond that, I'm fine with, because I don't care about people's like words that they're using. I care about the way that you see other people. All I got to say, that's all I got to say. I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I think that was really fun. I mean, I got through some like crazy hyper political talk without like pissing anybody off. And that's always a nice thing. Yay. I don't think I sounded like a complete idiot or a moron. Can I also, it's not easy to not sound like a moron when you are talking about politics and you are a YouTuber, because like, it's so easy to get out of touch or just to become completely out of touch. But again, like, bro, I'm just trying to be decent. I'm trying not to be the worst person ever. And in trying not to be the worst person ever, I wound up being what people consider to be an extreme leftist. Anyway,